What if the gods themselves were as unpredictable as a casino in Vegas, their whims capable of sparking wars, fates, and fiery betrayals with a mere flick of a wrist? Picture this, a time when titans threw punches harder than heavyweight champs, and heroes were not just muscle-bound brutes but tragic figures tangled in love, vengeance, and the chaotic dance of destiny. Welcome to a world where Olympus isn't just a myth, it's a battleground of ambition, treachery, and absurdity. Why do gods flirt with mortals like a cat with its prey, only to watch the chaos unfold with popcorn in hand? Zeus, the ultimate playboy, draped in clouds and cloaked in lightning, had an appetite for trouble that makes today's reality stars look like nuns. Beneath that golden glow lies a shocking truth: even deities can be petty, jealous, and utterly ridiculous. Think your family drama is bad? Try being the child of a god who'd throw you off a mountain simply because you dared to ask for a little respect. Gaia, the mother of all, isn't just a nurturing figure, she's the original diva whose wrath can crack the earth open like an egg. And Hades? Forget the Grim Reaper, he's the misunderstood landlord of the Underworld, trying to keep a tight ship while his siblings wreak havoc above. Ever tried negotiating with a god? Spoiler alert, it's like arguing with a toddler high on candy. Picture Achilles, an invincible warrior with a heel so vulnerable it could be a punchline at a bad joke competition. His saga isn't just a tale of glory, it's a twisted tale of honor and revenge, echoing through time like a bad breakup. And then there's Odysseus, the master of deception, whose journey home is a chaotic rollercoaster of monsters, temptations, and questionable life choices. Ever tried to get home from a party and ended up stranded on an island of sirens? Welcome to his life. These aren't just stories, they're electric shocks to the system, rife with passions that burn hotter than 1,000 suns. They dare you to laugh, cry, and gasp in disbelief as you navigate betrayal sharper than any sword and love deeper than the sea. With gods casting shadows longer than your deepest fears and mortals caught in a web of fate, every twist feels like a punch to the gut. Ready for a confrontation with the uncanny? Each tale is a loaded gun, waiting to fire off revelations that leave you breathless. Forget what you think you know. This isn't your grandma's bedtime story. It's raw, it's raucous, and it's as intoxicating as ambrosia on a hot summer night. What happens when power, passion, and chaos collide? You don't just read these stories, you survive them. The clock's ticking, the stakes are sky high, and the truth is more elusive than a shadow. Dare you step into the exhilarating madness that is Greek mythology? It begins in the raw, throbbing silence of an empty cosmos, where the air is thick with unformed potential, the kind that crackles through the void, waiting, aching to be birthed. I remember the moment so vividly, it was as if the universe itself held its breath, teetering on the brink of creation. My heart raced, a drum echoing in the dark, and then chaos erupted. Stars ignited, blinding, exultant, chaotic. The flames danced like wild spirits, painting the black with hues of brilliant gold and a ferocious violet, threatening to consume everything. Gaia, ever watchful and fierce, was born from this furious cacophony, her existence a symphony of life entwined with death. She rose from the ashes of the cosmos, tangled in the roots of chaos and burdened by the weight of 1,000,000 dreams unfulfilled, each a whisper of something lost. In that roaring chaos, I found Alysia, a titan with eyes like the tempest. She was both radiant and terrifying, a being forged from the very fabric of existence, yet a prisoner of her own power. Her heart was a storm, reckless and untamed. Why must it always be this way? She cried, the echo of her voice clawing at the silence, and I felt it rip through me, a reminder of our shared pain. Because creation doesn't come easy, I wanted to say. It's a battle waged in shadows. But the words hung heavy on my tongue, suffocated beneath her anguish. Alysia had seen countless worlds born and die, each a fleeting heartbeat in the universe's relentless march. Then there was Jorath, the ever-watchful guardian, his gaze piercing through the chaos like a lighthouse guiding lost souls. He had seen civilizations rise only to crumble, his heart a ledger of sorrows. I remember the weight of his silence, how it stretched across the void like a chasm. Alysia, he murmured, his voice a low rumble, we are the architects of our own ruin. His despair curled around him like a shroud, palpable, aching. Alysia turned on him, rage igniting in her chest. You speak of ruin as if it is inevitable. We are the Titans. We have the power to shape existence. Her scream echoed in the void, a furious challenge to the very essence of fate. I felt the tension ripple through the air, thick and electric, winding around my heart, threatening to choke me. Power without wisdom is a tempest unleashed, Jorah shot back, his eyes darkening with the weight of his own truth, a truth carved from the bones of those who had fallen victim to their hubris. We have the ability to create, yes, but also to destroy. His words dripped with the weight of history, each syllable a punch to the gut. And as they clashed, the universe trembled. I remember the flickers of distant stars dimming in response to their conflict, as if even the cosmos held its breath, frightened by the storm brewing amongst the Titans. I stood in the shadows, a mere observer, caught in the sacred web of their confrontation, feeling the heartbeats of the universe pound around me. Then, in a moment that could shatter worlds, it unraveled. Alasea, consumed by fury, unleashed a surge of energy that rippled through existence like wildfire. I could feel it pulse in my veins, a primal force that threatened to tear us all apart. The stars screamed, their light mingling with the chaos, a haunting symphony of darkness and brilliance. You don't understand, she roared, her voice woven with desperation. I will not let our legacy be one of despair. But in her defiance, she unknowingly unleashed the very chaos she sought to conquer. The ground beneath us trembled as fissures split open, revealing the abyss. A churning maw of darkness threatened to swallow everything whole. I felt the cold fingers of dread clawing at my chest, heart racing as shadows crept closer, whispering secrets of annihilation. Stop! I shouted, my voice a fragile thread woven into the fray, a gasp of hope amidst the chaos. We can change it. Together? But in that moment, those words felt like a fragile promise, a sliver of light barely piercing a stormy sky. Alasea paused, her fiery gaze flickering as uncertainty coursed through her. Together, she echoed, the word thick with longing and hesitation. But what if we fail? What if we become the very thing we fear? Jorah stepped forward, eyes glistening with understanding. Then we will learn. We will rebuild. We are not bound by our failures, we are defined by how we rise from them. His voice held a weight that resonated through the chaos, grounding me. I could see the flicker of hope begin to rekindle in Alasea's stormy eyes, a fragile flame flickering against the onslaught of despair. But time was slipping away, the void pulsating with hunger, a relentless reminder of the darkness that loomed. The fissures expanded, and I felt the pull of the abyss throbbing, aching to claim us, to swallow our desperate hopes. Now! I cried, urgency spilling into my voice, a rush of adrenaline fueling my every word. Now is the moment to unite. With trembling hands, Alasea hesitated, then reached for Jorah. If we do this, if we face the void, can we truly emerge unscathed? The question hung heavy in the air, a ghost whispering in the shadows. And as they clasped hands, I felt the world shift around us, the chaos roaring in response, a primal scream of defiance against the inevitable. And just like that, the moment was upon us. The chaos roared louder than ever, the darkness beckoning, and I stood on the precipice, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. I remember feeling as if the very fabric of reality trembled beneath our resolve. Would we be consumed or would we rise? In that breathless moment of uncertainty, I felt the weight of existence, the dreams of countless souls echoing through time, a chorus of hope against despair. The universe held its breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion or creation. And so it began, the birth of everything and nothing, of life and ruin, a chaotic dance of titans against the backdrop of the infinite cosmos. The sky split open, a crack of thunder that rattled Olympus to its core. I remember the taste of electricity in the air, how it clung to my skin like a warning. Shadows danced, silhouetted against the storm, ominous figures caught in a moment of desperation, a snapshot of fate suspended. I stood there, heart pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps, feeling the weight of an empire's future resting on my shoulders. Cronus, my father, stood at the precipice of his tyranny, eyes dark pools of rage and fear. A titan of unimaginable power, he had swallowed his own children, fearing they would rise against him, and now, even as the world trembled, his grip on the throne seemed unyielding. I had watched him from the shadows, felt the shallow whispers of defiance growing within me, the pulse of rebellion like a drumbeat in my chest. I remember the moment I realized I could no longer be the silent witness, each stolen glance at my brothers and sisters, each murmur of their lost potential clawed at my insides. Hestia, the warmth of hearth and home, now a flickering flame struggling against the darkness. Demeter, the embodiment of life, caged in grief. And then, of course, there was Poseidon, his temper as turbulent as the ocean he commanded, a potential ally or a rival waiting for the right moment to strike. I could feel the tide of anger rising, bubbling up and spilling over. "We can't just stand by," I spat, my voice hoarse, raw from the weight of my own conviction. "This is our chance. We must rise. We must fight." My words hung in the air, charged with a wild energy that felt like lightning ready to strike. But Cronus was the storm, and I was just the boy grasping for thunder. He chuckled, a sound that echoed like a death knell, his scorn cutting through the tension. "You think you can challenge me, boy?" His gaze bore into me, freezing the air around us, and for a moment, I wavered. The enormity of his power loomed like a dark cloud, swallowing every flicker of hope. "You will fail just as your siblings did." But deep inside, a flicker of something else surged, a memory of laughter, of days untarnished by dread. I remember the sun setting over the hills, a brilliant fire painting the world in hues of gold and crimson. We were once a family, more than just the children of a titan. We were a promise, a dream waiting to unfurl like the petals of a flower. I could not let that dream rot in the belly of my father's tyranny. I glanced sideways at my siblings, each lost in their own turmoil. Poseidon's jaw clenched, the ocean inside him a storm, ready to crash upon the shore. Hestia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the flickering flame of her heart threatened by the despair surrounding us. And Demeter, her hands trembling, as if grasping imaginary roots, yearning for the earth that Cronus had poisoned. Together, I breathed, my conviction rising like a tide. If we join forces, we can overthrow him. But doubt lingered, thick and suffocating. Would they trust me? Would they follow a brother who had spent too long cowering in the shadows? The moment stretched, heavy with uncertainty, until their glances converged, a silent spark igniting hope. Behind us, the mountain trembled. Thunder cracked again, and the ground shook beneath us. Cronus sensed our defiance, his face twisting into a mask of rage, twisted and grotesque, a titan betrayed. "You think you can unite against me?" he bellowed, his voice a symphony of despair and fury that echoed through the valleys. "I am your father. I am your god." I stepped forward, fists clenched, heart racing. "No more. You will not dictate our fates." In that moment, time stretched like a fragile thread, ready to snap. The air crackled with energy, a precursor to the cataclysm to come. I clenched my teeth, feeling the raw power of the cosmos swirling around me, ancient forces awakening in response to our rebellion. Every heartbeat resonated with purpose, a call to arms against the darkness. And then, in a burst of raw, primal energy, I raised my voice, "Take back our destiny." The storm answered, a deafening roar as thunder rolled overhead. Lightning lit the sky, illuminating my father's face, revealing the fear hidden behind that veneer of control. Cronus surged forward, rage boiling over, but I was ready. I was no longer a boy. I had transformed into something greater, a spark of defiance, a son determined to reclaim his birthright. "Together!" I shouted again, and it was not just my voice, it was the chorus of our unity, resonating in the very fabric of the universe. Hestia, Demeter, Poseidon, even the wind seemed to rally around us, a cacophony of hope and anger swirling into a tempest. And then, as if the world itself was holding its breath, we charged. The ground erupted beneath us, the clash of titans echoing against the mountains, a symphony of chaos and valor. Each strike against Cronus felt like a heartbeat in this living, breathing struggle, our collective will against his enduring malice. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the taste of freedom mingled with fear. We fought not just for ourselves but for every dream that had been swallowed in the shadows, every cry of despair that had been silenced. In that brutal dance of power and passion, I felt the cosmos shift, the balance teetering on the edge of fate, and I knew this was our moment. As the tempest raged on, each moment felt eternal, a dream caught in the throes of a nightmare. I could not allow despair to win. I could not falter. The confrontation loomed, that electric moment when destiny would either break or unfold before us. And I knew this was just the beginning. The storm raged, lightning carving the sky like a jagged knife. Rain fell in sheets, drumming against the earth, a relentless reminder of the chaos that could unravel any moment. I stood alone on a craggy outcrop, the wind whipping through my hair, tangling it like the thoughts in my head. A figure loomed nearby, Athena, her armor glinting even in the dark. She looked at me, her eyes twin pools of fury and wisdom, the weight of centuries pressing down on her shoulders. "Do you know what it means to bear the weight of a throne?" she asked, voice barely audible above the storm, yet it cut through me like thunder. I remember her words, fierce as a lioness. I remember the way the earth trembled beneath our feet, as if Olympus itself was quaking in anticipation of the truth we were too afraid to face. I was not a god, not even close. Just an echo in a world where divine destinies clashed like titans. But the gods, how they fought with the ferocity of storms. Each one a tempest of emotion, each battle reverberating through the fabric of the cosmos. The 12 Olympian gods, each a mirror reflecting the brokenness, the beauty, the madness of humanity. "Zeus is losing control," Athena said, crossing her arms, her brow furrowed in frustration. "He thinks he can wield thunder as he wishes, but storms aren't just for show. They wreak havoc." I felt the truth of her words settle into my chest like a stone. The king of the gods had always been a tempest, but now he was a hurricane, twisting and turning, threatening to destroy everything in his path, ourselves included. I could see Hades in the distance, shadowy and silent, his realm a haunting reminder that even the gods lived with ghosts, with fears. I remembered the whispers about him, the ones that said he was cursed to eternal solitude, locked away in the underworld, his heart as cold as the grave. But it was Hera, the queen, who trembled at the edge of this storm, her hands clenched tight around the fabric of her gown. I could practically feel her rage boiling over, a volcano yearning to erupt. "He thinks he can betray me without consequence," she hissed, her voice a low growl, the kind that echoed with the promise of vengeance. "He forgets who I am." And there it was, the raw, heart-wrenching truth. Betrayal hung in the air like a noxious fog, and I was caught in its chokehold. The gods were not just powerful, they were painfully human in their desires, their jealousies, their longings. They were both magnificent and monstrous, each flaw magnified, each heartbreak universal. I felt a pang of understanding for them, even as I shivered with fear. "Can't you feel it?" I asked, my voice cracking beneath the weight of it all. "The world is shifting. Olympus is unraveling. What will happen to us?" Athena looked away, her gaze piercing the storm. "We must choose our battles wisely. Sometimes, the greatest strength lies in restraint." But I couldn't shake the feeling that restraint was a luxury we no longer had. I watched as Zeus's fury manifested, a flash of light, a crack of thunder, a reminder that divinity does not come without cost. In the distance, I caught a glimpse of Ars, the god of war, always ready for a fight, hunger and rage coiling within him like a serpent. He didn't care about restraint, he thrived on chaos, on blood. "Let them battle," he shouted, grinning, as if the world was but a game board for him to toy with. "There's no glory in destruction," Athena said, but her voice was lost in the storm. And then there was Demeter, clutching her heart as if it could wither at any moment. "My daughter," she whispered, her voice trembling with anguish, each syllable dripping with sorrow. "If Persephone cannot return, what life is left for me?" The earth beneath her seemed to mourn with her, wilting flowers trembling in the wind, grass bending low. I could practically taste her grief, palpable and heavy, a reminder that even the gods aren't immune to despair. In that moment, the divine became achingly relatable, my own heart pulsed in sync with her sorrow. This was not just a myth, this was life, raw and unfiltered. And as the winds howled, I sensed a quiet resolve brewing within me, a flickering flame amidst the storm, a pulse of courage battling the dark. If they fought, I thought, then so must I. The rhythm of our lives was intertwined, a tapestry woven from the threads of our choices, our pain. "Stand with me," I urged, my voice rising above the tumult. "We must fight together, not against each other. The storm is not the enemy, it's the division that will destroy us. We are stronger united." But their eyes were averted, the cracks in their armor widening. The foundations of Olympus trembled, and I felt it deep within my bones. Would they listen? Would they rally against the storm, against betrayal? In that moment, I knew that the gods, for all their power, were also trapped within their own narratives, their own heartaches. They were not infallible, they were frail and furious, just like me. The realization hit me with the force of a thunderclap, awakening something fierce within. As the wind howled anew, I could feel the clash of destinies, the weight of choices unmade, drifting closer, a heartbeat away. The shadows of their pasts intertwined with the light of their futures, each decision a flickering candle in a tempest of uncertainty. Time felt elastic, stretching and bending as I stood amidst the chaos, deeply aware that every action would ripple through the cosmos, forever changing the course of our lives. The storm raged on, and in that tumultuous moment, I felt the heartbeat of Olympus echo within me, a profound reminder that the gods were not just figures of myth, they were echoes of our very souls. The tempest could reveal us, break us, or perhaps, just perhaps, bind us together. And so I stood, ready for the storm, ready to face whatever came next. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a low rumble resonating through the air, as if the earth itself was bearing witness to an act so profound it would shatter the very fabric of existence. Prometheus stood at the precipice of creation, his heart pounding like a war drum, every pulse whispering the weight of his decision. He could feel the heat of stolen fire in his veins, its glow flickering in the corners of his mind, seducing him with visions of what could be, what should be. The air crackled with an electric tension, a prelude to chaos, as Epimetheus, his brother, stared wide-eyed, paralyzed by the gravity of the moment. "Are you certain?" Epimetheus's voice cracked, a thin veil of doubt slipping through his resolve. He was the one who took joy in the aftermath, the one who reveled in the beauty of what was left behind. He preferred the safety of shadows to the blinding light of ambition. This is madness, Prometheus," he breathed, the words falling like stones into a dark well, echoing the fear that coiled tightly around his heart. And yet, how could Prometheus turn back now? This was his destiny, to breathe life into the clay, to paint humanity with the colors of divinity. The fire pulsed within him, hot and wild, a tangible force that beckoned him closer to the edge, closer to creation. He thought of the world, still and stagnant, a canvas of potential waiting for a single stroke. "I remember," he whispered, eyes narrowed against the ethereal glow. "I remember the darkness. I remember what it is to be alone. Let us rise." Epimetheus stepped back, caught between the reverberations of his brother's fiery passion and the echoing fears in his heart. He pictured the world littered with mistakes, creatures of old, their fate sealed by the arrogance of their creators. "What if they fail?" he asked, voice trembling. "What if we create nothing but a curse?" In that moment, Prometheus felt suffocated by the weight of Epimetheus's doubt, the shadows of their past creeping into the corners of his mind. Memories of their childhood flickered like ghosts, nights spent telling stories of gods and monsters, visions of greatness tempered by cautious warnings. "We cannot let fear dictate our actions," he retorted, his voice rising, an inferno igniting in his chest. "We were born to challenge the heavens." The air thickened with tension, the silence almost tangible, the kind that stretches like a taut string ready to snap. Epimetheus's heart raced, a wild bird trapped in a cage of his own making. Could he follow his brother into the unknown? He felt the nostalgia of safety pulling at him, reminding him of simpler days, when ambition was merely a whisper carried on the wind. Yet, beneath the weight of indecision, a flicker of hope stirred. What if Prometheus was right? What if creation held the key to something greater than they could fathom? "Then let us do it," Epimetheus said, the words spilling from his lips like a release from a long-held breath. "But if this is to be, we must be cautious. We must tread lightly." He reached out, clasping his brother's shoulder, the warmth seeping through layers of uncertainty. A spark ignited within Prometheus. Together, they could forge the future. They would sculpt life from the very essence of existence itself. The darkness around them receded, and as he glanced into the horizon, he saw a world teeming with possibilities, each one a heartbeat, a whisper of longing, a chance to rise from the ashes of despair. But as the brothers began their work, the fabric of the universe trembled, threads of fate intertwining with their every breath, signaling that creation was never without consequence. Shadows danced in the distance, flickering like ghosts of the past, whispering warnings that gnawed at the edges of their resolve. "I remember," Prometheus murmured, his voice barely a whisper, "the pain of isolation. A world without warmth." The air buzzed with unspoken fears, the enormity of their endeavor pressing down upon them like a weight forged in the deepest pits of the underworld. "We will not fail," he declared, the conviction ringing loud and clear. They began to mold the earth, a symphony of sweat and determination. Epimetheus shaped the bodies, each figure a reflection of their own hopes and dreams, while Prometheus infused them with the spark of life. The fire, a living entity, danced in their hands, igniting the clay and breathing existence into their creations. Each movement was imbued with passion, a pulsating rhythm of creation, desire, and unyielding hope. But with every heartbeat, every breath of life they poured into their creations, a darkness loomed just beyond their reach, a reminder of the shadows that dance behind the light. Could they truly create beings who would rise to greatness, or were they weaving a tapestry of despair? As the first figure opened its eyes, a flicker of recognition coursed through Prometheus. This was it, the moment they had dreamed of. But then it happened, a shudder rippled through the newly formed being. Fear, raw and palpable, spread like wildfire. Unfamiliar emotions awoke within Prometheus and Epimetheus, the joy of creation intertwined with dread. "What have we done?" Epimetheus gasped, his heartbeat quickening, terror creeping into his mind like an unwelcome guest. "What if they reject us?" "Then we must teach them," Prometheus replied, his voice trembling with intensity, the flames of his ambition flickering dangerously close to extinguishing. "We must guide them through the darkness we once knew." But they could feel it, the shadows growing heavier, a chorus of haunting whispers encircling them, reminding them that every creation comes with its own curse. The brothers stood on the precipice of something monumental, a moment that echoed through the ages, the creation of humanity fraught with complexities they couldn't yet comprehend. In the distance, thunder rumbled, a warning from the gods above. The cosmos shifted, time stretched and distorted, it was all just beginning. As the brothers stood amidst the trembling shadows of their creations, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were but pawns in a game played by forces far beyond their understanding. The clock ticked louder, the future unfurled before them like a vast, uncharted ocean. What awaited them in the depths? Would their creations rise as titans or crumble into ashes? Each heartbeat carried the weight of destiny, a testament to their audacity and ambition. The fire of creation ignited, and the world would never be the same. And behind them, the shadows watched, patient and unyielding, waiting for the moment the scales of fate tipped toward chaos. In the suffocating stillness of a forgotten land, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds churning like the tempest in Pandora's heart. She stood at the edge of a cliff, her silhouette stark against the roiling sky. The wind howled, a reminder of the chaos that mirrored her soul. The jar, heavy and ancient, lay at her feet, waiting. It was a gift, they told her, a token of creation and curiosity. But gifts can be curses wrapped in silk ribbons. "I remember the first time I touched it," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread against the crashing waves below. It hummed like a heartbeat. "I thought it was alive, waiting for me to awaken it." Her fingers trembled as they traced its surface, a dance of light and shadow, secrets locked within. She was the first woman, molded from earth and breath, a vessel of potential. But what awaited her, the whispers of hope, the clamor of despair, what would spill forth from the confines of that jar? She had no answers, only a gnawing dread that clung to her like mist. Across the distance, Epimetheus watched her, a man burdened with a love that felt as heavy as the stone that secured the jar. He was a man of instinct, quick to embrace joy yet slow to embrace reason. "Don't, Pandora," he pleaded, his voice raw with desperation. "Some things are meant to remain sealed." His plea echoed in the air, but she felt the pull of the unknown, its seductive whisper luring her closer. What if it holds the key to happiness? She challenged, her eyes ablaze with a flicker of defiance. What if it's the answer to our solitude? But what if it's despair? His heart ached at the thought, memories flooding back, shadows of their laughter, moments of unguarded love, and the fleeting light of hope that had once filled their days. He remembered the way she smiled, a sunbeam breaking through the darkness, illuminating everything in its path. But now, that light was dimmed by the weight of something unseen, something he could not comprehend. Fear is a cage, she shot back, her voice trembling with an intensity that made the air crackle. What if we could be free? He stepped closer, desperation spilling from his gaze. Freedom can be a storm, Pandora. It can tear apart everything we know. It can be deadly. And just like that, the tension thickened, heavy like the air before thunder. They stood there, two souls on the precipice of eternity, caught between hope and dread, love and loss. The jar loomed large, a sentinel of fate, pulsating with the weight of what was to come. I remember the stories, she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Stories of a world filled with beauty, a world where joy reigns supreme. I want to believe it can be ours. His heart raced as he felt her resolve. But at what cost, he whispered, haunted by the possibility of a darkness they could not contain. We could lose everything. I could lose you. Or I could find myself, she breathed, stepping closer to the jar, the shadows dancing around her. What if inside lies not just despair but hope, something to fight for? For a moment, the world fell silent. Time hung suspended like a breath held in anticipation, teetering on the edge of a precipice. Then, as if sensing the shift, the jar began to tremble, a low rumble vibrating through the earth. Pandora froze, the gravity of the moment anchoring her in place. That's it, she thought, a thrill of both fear and exhilaration coursing through her veins. It's alive. It wants to be opened. But Epimetheus couldn't take his eyes off her. Pandora, please, he pleaded, fear seeping into his voice like frigid water. You don't have to do this. We can be content with what we have. Content, she echoed, incredulity sparking in her chest. What is contentment but a shackle when the universe is begging to be touched? She stepped toward the jar, her heart pounding with rebellion, the rhythm of her pulse echoing in her ears, a relentless drumroll leading to an impending cataclysm. As she reached for the lid, the jar twisted in her grasp, a living thing that resisted her touch. A coldness seeped into her being, a feeling that maybe, just maybe, this was a mistake. But the thrill of discovery surged within her, intoxicating and wild. I remember, she chanted softly to herself, each breath more urgent than the last. I remember the darkness, the longing. I remember. Pandora. His voice split the air like a bolt of lightning. Stop. Please. But it was too late. With a force she couldn't contain, she threw open the lid, and the world fell away, replaced with an eruption of chaos. A whirlwind of shadows surged forth, swirling around her like a tempest unleashed, carrying with it whispers of sorrow, echoes of despair, and the chilling sound of a million hearts breaking. In that heartbeat of eternity, everything shifted. She was no longer just Pandora, the first woman. She was Pandora, the bearer of a curse, the harbinger of chaos. The storm wrapped around her, the darkness clawing and gnashing, and all she could do was scream, a raw, primal sound that shattered the stillness, igniting the night. Epimetheus lunged toward her, fear morphing into fury as he fought against the onslaught. No! I won't lose you, he shouted, his heart racing as he reached for her, desperate to pull her back from the abyss. But as he grasped her hand, the shadows pulsed with a life of their own, tearing at the seams of their reality, unraveling everything they once knew. Hope and despair collided in a maelstrom of emotion, each heartbeat echoing their impending doom. In that moment, time twisted, reality fracturing around them. They were left standing on a precipice, the darkness swirling like a spectre, waiting to consume them whole. And as the shadows danced and howled, Pandora felt something stir within the chaos, a flicker of light, a stubborn ember of hope desperately fighting to survive. But would it be enough to stave off the encroaching darkness? Would love prove strong enough to hold back the tide? The battle had just begun, and the jar had only begun to reveal its secrets. And with that thought, everything hung in the balance. A thundering roar splits the air, shaking the very ground beneath my feet. I can almost taste the metallic tang of fear. It clings to my tongue like ash. The battlefield stretches before me, an expanse of chaos and fury, where titans clash against their children, the Olympians. I remember how the sun once kissed the earth with warmth, but now shadows dance like grotesque marionettes, eclipsing the light, as if the heavens themselves mourn the war that is consuming all. I stand beside Zeus, the youngest of the Olympians, but burdened with the weight of 1,000 stars. His brow furrows, and I can see the tempest brewing behind those piercing eyes, a storm of doubt and dread. He is powerful, yes, but in moments like these, I catch glimpses of vulnerability. I remember, he whispers, the laughter of our mother, Rhea. It's a haunting melody, one that seems to echo in the chasms of this ravaged landscape, reminding us of what we fight for, and what we stand to lose. Each note is a knife, carving deeper into his resolve. And then there's Cronus, the Titan, his father. Once a god of harvest, now a violent storm. His voice is thunder, a chilling resonance that rattles the bones of the earth. You think you can dethrone me, boy, he bellows, rage seeping from his very being. I feel the air thicken, a prelude to destruction. Cronus's presence is that of a faded king, adorned in rust and shadows. I see pain in his eyes, a fierce, desperate love twisted into something monstrous. He remembers too, the sunlit days, the tender smiles of his children before betrayal coursed through their veins. The battlefield swells with chaos. I watch as titanic forms wrench and twist, limbs like mountains colliding, earth splitting apart. The ground heaves, a living entity caught in the throes of agony. I can smell the acrid scent of burnt flesh and hear the wails of the fallen, each cry a sonnet of despair. It's a visceral reminder that war offers no heroes, only survivors haunted by ghosts of choices unmade. Hera stands by Zeus's side, fierce and unyielding, a warrior queen bathed in the glow of righteous fury. I see the flicker of fear in her eyes, but it is masked by an armor of determination. She holds the weight of countless sacrifices. Fight, my love, she urges, her voice a hymn of hope amidst the cacophony. We will carve our destiny from the ashes. Yet, I see the tremor in her hands, a betrayal of her brave words. The Titans rise again, their forms colossal and twisted, shadows of their former glory. Oceanus charges, a wave of chaos crashing against the Olympians, his laughter a thunderclap. You are nothing but children playing at guardhood, he hollers, but his confidence masks a desperation for relevance, a fear of being lost to time. Every punch, every clash, every moment ignites an urgency in my chest. I can't help but feel that the line between gods and monsters blurs more with each passing second. I remember the stories of old, the tales of creation, of unity, of the Golden Age. But now, those glimmering memories are smothered under a shroud of blood and betrayal. I hear whispers of prophecies, hints of legacy, but they all feel like dust in the wind, carried away into the abyss of this relentless war. The cosmos watches, indifferent, an audience to our suffering. I wonder if the stars are weeping. Zeus's hand tightens around his lightning bolt, a symbol of hope and destruction intertwined. He feels the weight of his lineage, the burden of expectation, and I can sense the war raging within him, a tempest of doubt and necessity. I will not falter, he declares, but I see shadows flickering in his resolve. It is a heavy mantle to wear, the crown of a king forged in the fires of conflict. As I look into the abyss of war, I see the faces of the fallen, the titans who once cradled the earth in their hands now reduced to echoes of their former selves. I remember them laughing, dancing in twilight, a stark contrast to this pandemonium. The memories tug at my heart, each one a shard of glass cutting deeper, reminding me that every victory here comes with a cost, a sacrifice carved into the annals of time. And then, it happens. In a blink, the sky rips open, a maelstrom of fury as Zeus unleashes his wrath. Lightning cascades across the battlefield, illuminating the grim tableau, bathing the Titans in an eerie glow. The air crackles with energy, alive with the pulse of the cosmos. I can feel it, the very fabric of time shudders in anticipation of the climax, a breath held in the universe, waiting, always waiting. Cronus stands tall, defiance etched into every line of his face. But as the bolt strikes, a moment suspended in time unfolds. I can see the flicker of realization in his eyes, what it means to be a father, to love, to lose. It's not merely a struggle for power, it's a collision of legacies, the ghosts of choices that weigh heavy on their souls. The air turns thick with tension, a moment caught between heartbeat and breath. The ground beneath us trembles, a reminder that nothing is permanent, that even the mightiest can fall. I remember the silence before the storm, how it wraps around you like a shroud. It's echoing now, the calm before chaos. As I stand at the precipice of fate, the world hangs in the balance, and I know this battle is far from over. The clash continues, each sound resonating deep within my being. The war is not just a fight for dominion, it's a haunting, an age-old dance between love and power. Love, twisted into something grotesque. Power, a fleeting illusion. In this moment, I am filled with a knowing that this is only the beginning, the Titan clash will echo through eternity, a symphony of pain and heartache, a tale that will never truly end. And as the dust settles, a new wave of uncertainty washes over me. The darkness is far from vanquished, and I feel the looming shadow of the next act, a cycle unbroken, an ongoing battle between light and dark, love and hatred. Time, like a relentless tide, continues to surge forward, and we are left here, suspended, waiting for the next clash. The war rages, never ending, forever echoing in the realms of gods and men. I remember the moment the darkness swallowed the light, a suffocating rush that stilled the world. The air turned electric, crackling with unspoken words, secrets hidden in the shadows. Persephone stood at the edge of that gaping maw, where the earth split open, a hellish entrance to the underworld. Her heart was a drum, each beat a reminder, this was it, the moment everything changed. The ground trembled beneath her feet, a warning, a promise, or perhaps a curse. And there he was, Hades, the keeper of the dead, his gaze as heavy as lead. His eyes held the weight of centuries, a storm brewed in their depths. They were the color of obsidian, inviting yet foreboding, like the abyss itself. He extended a hand, rough yet tender, shadows clinging to him like sorrowful whispers. Come with me, he beckoned, his voice a low rumble that seemed to echo through endless caverns. But Persephone hesitated, caught in the web of her own desire and dread, a split-second eternity stretched before her. I remember the way the air thickened, as if the world held its breath. Every flower she'd ever loved, every sunbeam that kissed her cheeks, all of it felt like a fading dream. The earth, once vibrant, seemed to whisper, leave, and you shall never return. Yet the darkness called to her, a siren song that thrummed in her veins, urging her closer. She thought of spring, the tulips, the daisies, the way the sun painted everything golden. Had she ever truly loved that world? In her heart, it felt like an illusion, a place of fleeting joys, all waiting to be eclipsed by time. I can't, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, lost among the shadows. What if I never see them again? Hades stepped closer, the air between them charged with something unnameable, a collision of worlds. You have a choice, he said, and in that moment, it felt as if the universe held its breath. Stay in the light, or embrace the dark. A flicker of pain crossed his face. Was it longing? Regret? He was not merely a monster, not just a god of shadows, he was a man, flawed and searching for connection in a world that abandoned him to the depths. I remember a time when I was not so alone, he confessed, his voice cracking like ancient stone. When I thought I could be more than just the keeper of souls. With each word, the ground beneath them pulsed with ancient energy, as if the very earth recognized the weight of their choices. Persephone felt the pull of his sadness, a stark contrast to the coldness she'd always associated with him. Was this love? Or was it mere desperation, a mutual need to be understood? I'm afraid, she admitted, tears brimming in her eyes, the vulnerability in her voice raw and real. Afraid of what I will lose, and afraid of what I might find. But fear is an insatiable beast, and in the depths of the underworld, it thrived. Hades reached out, their fingers barely touching, a spark igniting between them. He looked at her, his gaze penetrating, a promise wrapped in shadows. You will find yourself, he said, voice like thunder, resonating deep within her. In that moment, time twisted and turned like a spiraling clock, the seconds screaming past them. She could feel the weight of eternity, the lives lost in the afterlife, the beauty and torment intertwined. It was a dance of bitter sweetness, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead. But the choice loomed heavy, like an anchor pulling her toward the darkness. Persephone could see the ghosts of those who had come before, lost souls drifting, their faces a tapestry of regrets and dreams unfulfilled. The air grew thick with memories, the scent of decay mingling with the faint sweetness of forgotten blossoms. "I want to see the world," she whispered, desperate, a plea to the heavens. "I want to see my mother, the sun. I want to live." Hade's expression softened, revealing the man beneath the god, the raw ache of his own desires reflected in her eyes. But living is not just about the sun and flowers. It's in the shadows too. In the depths of despair, we find resilience. In the echoes of loss, we discover love. His words wrapped around her heart, a noose of conflicting emotions. Was love worth the darkness that would inevitably follow? Would she become a ghost in her own life, forever yearning for the light? "I remember," she started, but he interjected, his voice rising above the chaos. "You can remember everything, but it won't change what you feel now." In that instant, the earth trembled again, and the abyss beneath them roared, hungry. Shadows danced, twisting around Persephone's feet, seductive and cruel. She felt herself slipping, the world above fading, sunlight dimming to a whisper. Then came the moment of decision. She could turn back, return to the safety of the sunlit world. But in the depths of her heart, something stirred, a longing for the unknown, for a love that might consume her and yet set her free. Hades reached out, the warmth of his hand igniting a fire within her. "Choose, Persephone," he urged, desperation lining his words. "Choose to live, or choose to know the depths of darkness." And as she stood on that precipice, the pull of two worlds clashing, I felt the weight of their anguish, the sorrow of lost choices, the maddening pull of desire and fear. Here was the crux of existence, the eternal struggle that bound them both, a choice drenched in consequence. The clock ticked, time fractured, moments stretched painfully, and Persephone felt the earth whisper secrets as if the very cosmos awaited her response. There, in the heart of the underworld, the boundaries between love and darkness blurred, and the choice became not just hers, but theirs, woven together in fate's relentless tapestry. And as the silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating, hope flickered like a candle in a tempest. Would she embrace the shadows or cling to the light? In that haunting moment, the world stood still, and everything, hung in the balance. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh and the acrid smoke of despair, curling around us like an unwanted lover. I remember the moment clearly, the shadows flickering like tortured souls against the crumbling stones of the ancient temple. The echoes of distant screams tugged at my heart, a haunting melody that would follow me, a ghost embedded in my very marrow. I was not just a man, but a vessel of agony and resolve, caught between glory and ruin. Hercules stood there, muscles taut, coated in a sheen of sweat and blood, the weight of his fate heavier than the sky above. His eyes, fierce yet haunted, swept over the battlefield, reflecting the chaos that raged like a tempest within. Each breath he took was a struggle, an act of defiance against the dark tide threatening to engulf him. I could see it, the flicker of doubt that crossed his face, an emotion so raw, so real, it resonated with every broken piece of my own heart. "I can't do this," he whispered, the words drenched in anguish, a plea to the unforgiving gods that had twisted his life into a tragic farce. "This burden is too much." The weight of 12 labors loomed like a black cloud, oppressive and relentless, hanging over him like a noose. Who could carry such a load without breaking? Who could remain upright when the world itself seemed intent on crushing them into the earth? And yet, the darkness had not claimed him yet. At his side was Eurydice, his cousin and closest confidant, a man whose laughter often masked his own fears. He leaned in, urgency bleeding into his voice. "You are Hercules, the greatest of heroes. Remember the lion, the hydra, your strength. You have faced worse and emerged not just alive, but triumphant." But Eurydice's words were tinged with desperation, like a last gasp in a drowning sea. I could see the flickers of doubt behind his bravado, the fear that perhaps this time, their fate would be different. "Triumphant?" I feel like a shadow of my former self." Hercules roared, a primal sound that echoed through the ruins, causing the very earth to tremble. "What is glory worth when it comes at the price of your own soul?" His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood, a reminder of the pain he could still feel, the tangible proof that he was still alive, still fighting. But the agony of his existence was palpable, a weight that threatened to collapse him. In that moment, I saw the heavy chains of fate binding them both. They were not just battling beasts made of myth, they were wrestling with the ghosts of their own choices, their failures echoing through time like the ticking of an ominous clock. Time, the relentless predator, devouring their hopes with every tick. Each labor was not just a task, it was a confrontation with their own hearts, a battle against the shadows clawing at their sanity. I remember the stories," Iolaus murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, "the songs of your triumph, the laughter that rang through halls of heroes. But what if this is where it ends?" The question hung in the air, a fragile thread woven through the fabric of their destinies. They were men teetering on the edge of oblivion, and the abyss stared back with hungry eyes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows that danced around them like specters, Hercules turned his gaze to the stars, those distant pinpricks of light in the vast expanse of the cosmos. "Do you think they look down on us, those stars? Do they see our struggles, our failures? Or do they laugh, indifferent to our plight, lost in their own celestial dance?" There was a heaviness in the air, a silence that spoke louder than any battle cry. Iolaus looked up, as if searching for answers in the sky. "Maybe they see us," he said. "Maybe they weep for us." It was a moment of vulnerability that shattered the barriers between them, revealing their shared humanity, a bond forged in the flames of suffering. The stars twinkled, mocking their anguish, and the night deepened, cloaked in an inky blackness that felt suffocating. Fear gripped their hearts, a serpent coiling tighter with each passing moment. The chill of night seeped into their bones, yet neither could retreat to the warmth of denial. They were heroes, yes, but also men, flawed, afraid, and desperately yearning for salvation. I remembered the stories of those labors, tales spun by the fireside, each more grotesque than the last. The Nemean lion, invulnerable and ferocious, the Hydra, with its many heads, a symbol of the many faces of fear that plagued them both. It was not just monsters they faced, it was the darkness that dwelled within their own souls. "Let's face it, Iolaus," Hercules said, the bravado seeping back into his voice like the first light of dawn. "We're not just battling beasts. We're battling ourselves, the ghosts of our past. And I won't go down without a fight." The determination in his voice birthed a flicker of hope, a fragile light against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, something shifted. They were no longer just lost souls navigating despair but warriors ready to confront whatever awaited them in the shadows. Iolaus took a deep breath, fear and admiration intertwined. "Then let's carve our destiny in the flesh of the beast, Hercules. Let's show the world what it truly means to be a hero." And so, with hearts racing and souls intertwined, they readied themselves for the next labor. The drums of fate beat louder, the shadows loomed closer, but they stood together, two flawed men facing an uncertain dawn, ready to etch their names into the annals of history or be consumed by the darkness. As they stepped toward the abyss, the world around them blurred, time spiraling into an endless loop of struggle and resolve. And I held my breath, not ready to let go, not ready for the story to end, knowing that the real battle was just beginning. The silence was shattered by the sound of breaking glass. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding, as shards of reflection scattered across the floor. Each fragment held a piece of her, a glimpse of Psyche's radiant smile, her eyes like pools of midnight, deep and unfathomable. The air was thick with tension, electric, as if the gods themselves were holding their breath. Eros, my beloved, stood there, flame flickering in his gaze, the very essence of longing and despair. I didn't mean to, his voice trembled, a haunting echo of a love that felt both infinite and fleeting. I could see the storm brewing behind those golden eyes, turbulent waves crashing against the shore of his soul. Love, it seemed, was a tempest, and I was caught in its eye, too mesmerized to escape. With every heartbeat, memories surged. I remember the first whispers of our love, the stolen glances, the soft caress of moonlight kissing our skin. But now, shadows loomed, and the weight of unspoken fears draped over us like a funeral shroud. I measured my breaths, each one heavy with uncertainty, as if the universe pressed down upon my chest, squeezing the hope from my lungs. Psyche, Eros whispered, and the way he said my name felt like a prayer, a plea. You must trust me. But how could I? Trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered, and right now, I was drowning in doubt. I looked around the room, where echoes of laughter once rang. The walls, once adorned with the warmth of our shared dreams, seemed cold and alien. The statues that lined the corners felt like witnesses to our pain. Would they speak of our love or the betrayals that whispered beneath our skin? I felt the weight of their gaze, judging, always judging. There was a time when I believed love could conquer all. Now, that belief felt like a cruel joke. Eros had promised me eternity, yet here we were, entangled in a web of miscommunication and fear. The trials of love were not just metaphysical, they were raw and visceral, digging deep into the sinews of our hearts. Tell me you believe in us, his voice cracked, breaking under the strain of unspoken fears. I could see him unraveling, the threads of his spirit fraying like an old tapestry. My own heart mirrored his, constricting with each passing moment. I remember when you first found me, I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like a sigh. Lost among the shadows of my own insecurities. You pulled me into the light, and I thought I would never want for anything again. But the light was now dim, flickering as if threatened by the very darkness we had tried to banish. Images flooded my mind, my sisters, their laughter like music, once harmonious, now jarring. I thought of my mother, her eyes clouded with regret, the way she spoke of love with a trembling voice, a warning cloaked in tenderness. You're not strong enough for the gods, Psyche, her words echoed. They will break you. Was she right? Were we nothing more than playthings for divine whims? Eros took a step closer, desperation woven into the fabric of his being. I need you to fight for this, he urged, a fire igniting in his gaze. Fight for us. The intensity of his plea sent chills racing down my spine. Love was a battlefield, and here we were, soldiers without armor, exposed to every attack. But how could I fight when the enemy lurked within? Doubt gnawed at my insides, a relentless beast, whispering sweet nothings laced with venom. What if we're destined to fall apart? The question hung between us, heavy and oppressive. The clock on the wall ticked away, each beat a reminder of the time slipping through our fingers, like sand in an hourglass. I can't lose you, he said, each word a dagger, piercing the veil of my uncertainty. Not now, not ever. The intensity of his gaze rekindled the embers of my love, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkest corners of my heart. But hope was a double-edged sword, leaving me vulnerable to the very fears I feared. Eros, what if our love isn't enough? My voice cracked, and I could feel tears threatening to overflow. The vulnerability in my heart felt like an open wound. The air between us thickened, heavy with unspoken words, the weight of our love pressing down until I could scarcely breathe. Then we'll fight, he declared, fierce and unwavering. We will face the trials, together. In that moment, something inside me stirred, a fragile determination, a flicker of resolve amidst the shadows. I remembered what it felt like to be whole, before love had morphed into this chaotic dance of passion and pain. But the ghosts of our past loomed large, casting long shadows over our fragile resolve. Memories of betrayal, of longing, of laughter stained with sorrow, each one a reminder that love was not simply a fairy tale. It was a labyrinth, twisting and turning, leading us into the depths of our souls, revealing both beauty and horror. I remember, I whispered, my heart aching with the weight of that truth. I remember the stars twinkling above us, how they seemed to conspire in our favor. I looked into his eyes, searching for that spark of magic, the light that had once filled the void between us. Then let's make our own magic, Eros replied, a fierce determination igniting his spirit. Let's carve our names into the cosmos, defy the stars and the gods that toy with our hearts. His words enveloped me, a warm embrace against the chill of doubt. I felt the swell of bravery rising within me, an unquenchable fire. I will fight, I declared, the resolve solidifying my heart, even as shadows danced at the edges of my vision. For us. The clock ticked on, its relentless march a reminder that time was both a friend and a foe. We were bound together by love and fear, hope and despair, caught in the crossfire of our own making. The trials awaited us, a tempest on the horizon, but together, perhaps we could weather the storm. With a fierce glint in his eye, Eros took my hand, our fingers interlocking like the constellations above. We were two souls tethered against the vastness of the universe, ready to confront the trials that would shape our love, our destiny. The air crackled with energy, the night alive with possibility. And as we stepped forward, a chilling breeze rustled the curtains, whispering secrets yet unheard, promises yet unmade. The trials of love were just beginning, and we would face them together, hearts entwined, ready to write our own story across the stars. I remember the moment the earth shattered beneath my feet. A pulse, tight and electric, raced through my veins as I stumbled through the dark forest, the night thick with tension. The air was heavy, pregnant with a weight of unspoken fears. Shadows danced like phantoms among the trees, whispering secrets I dared not acknowledge. Then came the scream, sharp and raw, slicing through the stillness. Eurydice! It echoed, crashing against the silence, a haunting melody that entwined itself around my heart. I could feel the world shift, the soil beneath me turn to ashes as I clawed through the underbrush, panic surging like flame through my chest. She was gone, taken by the grim spectre of fate, and I was helpless, a marionette with severed strings. Eurydice! I cried, my voice cracking, a desperate prayer lost in the void. As I stumbled forward, memory surged like a tide. Laughter spilling like wine, the way her eyes caught the moonlight, her smile, oh, that smile. It could outshine the stars, but now the universe felt dark, as though a sun had been snuffed out. I remembered our promises, whispered in the soft twilight. Promises that now echoed hollow, like a distant song fading into the night. She had danced through life, her spirit a wild flame, and I, Orpheus, the humble minstrel, had been drawn to her light. But love is a fragile thing, and the cosmos has a twisted sense of humor. It mocks us, invites us to play, only to snatch away our joy. The thought stung, a reminder of my own powerlessness. I ran, heart racing, feet pounding against the earth, an animal driven by instinct and desperation. I could feel the breath of the underworld on my neck, a cold, damp whisper that curled around me like a shroud. Shadows shifted, and the air thickened, heavy with the scent of decay. How cruel the fates are! To take the brightest star and leave only darkness. And then, the ground opened up before me, a gaping maw, an abyss that promised salvation and despair in equal measure. I hesitated, my heart clenching. What awaited me in that darkness? Would I find her? Or would I become yet another lost soul, another whisper in the wind? I have to, I murmured to myself, the weight of my resolve wrapping around me like a cloak. I had to face the depths, to brave the terrors of the underworld, to fight against the inevitable. The descent was brutal, the air thick and suffocating. It felt as if the very walls were closing in, charging me with every regret, every moment I had taken for granted. The sounds of the damned echoed, a symphony of anguish and despair that clawed at my sanity. I had to push through, to seek her out amidst the chaos. I could hear them, the whispers, the souls lost in shadows. You cannot save her, they taunted. She is forever beyond your reach. Their words wrapped around me, viscous and heavy, but I pressed on, determined to prove them wrong. I was Orpheus, the troubadour. My music could soothe the heavens, tame beasts, and seduce even the hardest of hearts. Why not the underworld? Through the darkness, I sought the throne of Hades, the lord of the dead. A chill crept into my bones, an unsettling familiarity. I could feel his eyes on me, the weight of judgment pressing down like the heaviest of stones. What do you seek, mortal? He growled, a voice like thunder rumbling through the cold, damp air. I seek my wife, I declared, my voice trembling but resolute. Eurydice, my love, my light. And in that moment, I became the embodiment of desperation. I thought of her laughter, how it wrapped around me like a warm blanket in the dead of winter. I thought of her touch, soft and graceful. "Take me to her," I begged, my voice cracking. "I will trade anything, my music, my soul." Hades regarded me, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, dark and twisted. "You think you can conquer the depths of despair with your songs?" he mocked. "Love is but a fleeting shadow in this realm." But I wouldn't relent. I took out my lyre, fingers trembling, and let the strings sing. The notes danced around us, weaving a tapestry of sorrow and yearning, every chord soaked in my love for her. The music echoed through the Hall of the Dead, wrapping around the shadows like a warm embrace. Suddenly, the air shifted. I could feel the stirrings of the damned, their anger giving way to something softer, something aching. I poured my heart into the melody, each note a plea, each strum a prayer. I could almost see the flicker of recognition in Hades' eyes, the recognition of love's power even in the depths of despair. "Very well," he conceded, his voice begrudgingly softer. "You may have her back, but there is a price, Orpheus. You must not look back until you reach the surface." Hope swelled within me, a fragile ember in the dark. "I will do it," I promised, heart racing. I would not fail her again. As I turned to ascend, the shadows clawed at me, desperate to pull me back into their suffocating embrace. The weight of my decision pressed down, a crushing force. Every step felt like a betrayal, each heartbeat a countdown. I could feel her presence, the warmth of her spirit. It beckoned me forward, igniting a fire in my heart. "Eurydice," I whispered, the name tasted like salvation. But as the ascent continued, doubt crept in. What if she was right behind me? What if she needed me to look back, to let her know I was still there? The thought was a blade, cutting through the resolve I had fought so hard to maintain. Each step echoed in my mind, a mantra, a reminder. I will not look back. I will not look back. But the shadows whispered insidiously, luring me to surrender to my fears. And then came the moment, the cruel twist of fate. The light pierced through the darkness, a sliver of hope shining brighter than all the stars. I could feel her there, just behind me. "Eurydice!" I shouted, a longing so deep it threatened to consume me. And as I turned, my heart bursting with love, I saw her, her ethereal beauty glowing against the shadows. But my heart shattered as I realized. In that instant, she faded like mist, slipping through my fingers as the abyss roared with triumph. "No!" I screamed, the sound tearing through the silence, a visceral cry of despair. I was left alone in the darkness, haunted by her absence, the shadows laughing at my folly, my love, my light extinguished forever. The weight of regret crushed me, a relentless tide drowning every flicker of hope. I staggered back, the darkness swallowing me whole, and the music faded into a sorrowful echo, lost among the whispers of the damned. What now? What now? The question lingered, a spectre in the silence. I had faced the depths, but in the end, love's power turned to ash, and I was left to wander the shadows, forever searching, forever yearning, forever broken. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver caught in the web of clouds, each shadow a whisper of betrayal. The air crackled as if even the night conspired against the world, an eerie silence echoing through the narrow streets of Troy, the kind of quiet that makes your heart race and your skin prickle. I remember standing there, breath shallow, watching the flickering torches illuminate the stone walls like fleeting memories, beautiful yet doomed. This was the night everything changed, the night the gods themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting. Paris, the prince of Troy, stood at the heart of this storm, a tempest of desire and regret swirling within him. His hands trembled, not just from the cold but from the weight of his decisions. He had stolen Helen, the wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta, and with her, he had unraveled the very fabric of peace. I remember the look on his face, the thrill of conquest mixed with a gnawing fear. He was a boy playing at being a man, caught in a web of his own making, the echoes of laughter in his ears now replaced by the ominous rumble of war. 1,000 ships, he whispered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue, each syllable a countdown to chaos. He had seen Menelaus's rage, felt it like a shout in the pit of his stomach, and yet he was entranced by Helen, her beauty like a candle flickering in a storm. But beauty, I realized then, can be a curse, a siren's call leading men to madness. I felt his desperation, the electric thrill of a love that could shatter kingdoms. Love, was it worth the blood that would flow, the lives that would be lost? And then there was Achilles, the great warrior, his heart a cauldron of fury and grief, forged in the fires of destiny. He loomed like a dark storm cloud, every step heavy with purpose, every glance a promise of violence. The whispers of his past haunted him, Patroclus, his beloved friend, lost to the clutches of war, a ghost that wouldn't leave him. I remember the way Achilles clenched his jaw, the storm brewing behind his stormy blue eyes, the kind of fury that could turn the tide of a battle, and yet he hesitated. "Is honor worth this bloodshed?" he muttered, staring at the horizon where the sea kissed the sky. Each wave crashing against the shore seemed to scream his name, a call to arms, but he stood paralyzed, torn between vengeance and his own morality. A warrior who feared nothing yet feared becoming a monster, a cruel irony that gnawed at his soul. I felt that conflict ripple through the air, heavy and palpable, like a thunderclap ready to shatter the silence. The gods watched, unseen, their laughter like the wind rustling the leaves, a cacophony of delight in the face of human suffering. They reveled in the chaos, their whims dictating the fate of mortals, turning love into a weapon, friendship into rivalry. I remember the tension, the unspoken words that hung in the air like a noose, tightening around each character, drawing them closer to a confrontation that felt inevitable. The city of Troy was a pressure cooker, its very walls trembling with anticipation and dread. "Cassandra!" The name rang out, sharp and urgent, slicing through the night. She emerged from the shadows, her presence a haunting melody, a prophet cursed to speak the truth yet never believed. The firelight danced on her face, revealing eyes filled with sorrow, the haunting knowledge of what was to come. "The end is near," she cried, her voice a wail that resonated with the weight of fate. "Hear me, please." Their hearts are hardened, blinded by pride. But they wouldn't listen. They never did. I could feel the tension in the air, a taut string ready to snap, anticipation buzzing like electricity. Each player in this tragic game of gods and men was caught in their own web of desire, ambition, and regret, their fates intertwined like the threads of a tapestry, wonderful and terrible. The irony of it all, the absurdity, made me want to laugh and weep simultaneously. As Paris stole a glance at Helen, her beauty a haunting reminder of his folly, I caught a glimpse of the heart of this conflict. It wasn't merely a matter of love or honor, it was the relentless pull of the past colliding with the present, each character a reflection of shattered dreams and broken promises. I felt their pain, their yearning, and the inescapable doom that lingered like a specter. Achilles felt it too, the heavy weight of his choices pressing on his shoulders. He wanted to fight, to unleash his rage upon the world, but the memory of Patroclus held him back, a soft whisper of love amidst the battle cries. "What if I lose myself?" he pondered, his mind racing with images of glory interwoven with loss. The internal struggle was palpable, a thunderstorm brewing within him, threatening to erupt. "Your heart is your greatest weapon," I wanted to tell him, but words failed me. I could only watch as the pieces moved on this cosmic chessboard, each choice rippling outwards, casting shadows long enough to swallow entire cities. Each heartbeat echoed like the ticking of a clock, counting down to an inevitable clash where love met betrayal, and honor faced its grim reflection. But even in the darkness, there was a flicker of hope, the fleeting moment where the characters hesitated, caught in the web of their emotions, grappling with the choices that lay before them. What if we could change? I thought, heart pounding in sync with theirs. But the moment passed, and the winds of fate shifted again, propelling them toward the horizon where war awaited like a ravenous beast. And so they danced, caught in a rhythm of chaos and desire, the world around them teetering on the edge of oblivion, the stage set for destruction. The shadows deepened, the moon flickered like a dying ember, and I realized, with chilling clarity, that the true war was not just between men but within their very souls. The clang of metal against metal rings through the air, a cacophony of chaos, and there he stands, Achilles, his golden hair like a burning sun, eyes aflame with a rage that seems to split the very skies. I remember that moment, the moment the earth trembled beneath the weight of his fury, like a heartbeat echoing through the hills of Troy, signaling the world that the greatest of the Greek warriors was unleashed. "Get out of my way," he roars, his voice like thunder, as he slices through the enemy ranks, his sword a blur of lethal elegance. but there's a hollowness beneath the bravado, a question that gnaws at the edges of his mind. What is glory when it comes at the cost of everything? As he cleaves a path through the fray, blood spraying like rain, he is both the god and the monster, a cruel irony that grips the heart. His friend Patroclus, always trailing behind, feels the weight of that duality, the light and the dark, the joy and the despair. He's watching, heart pounding, as he wipes sweat from his brow, feeling the heat of battle and the heat of a love that burns just as intensely. Achilles, he shouts, desperation lacing his voice, "Stop! This isn't the way!" But his words are lost in the storm of war, swallowed by the screams of the dying and the clash of swords. I remember Patroclus's face, the way it twisted with fear and longing, the longing to grasp onto something that felt whole amidst the chaos. He knows Achilles better than anyone, knows the chasm that lies beneath the warrior's bravado, the sweet ache of their shared past, the warm laughter on sunlit beaches that once felt eternal. But now? The world is a battlefield, and love feels like a distant dream, drowned beneath the tide of blood. Stay back! Achilles snarls, his face a mask of rage and sorrow, and as he lunges forward, he is both hero and villain. He knows, even then, the fine line he dances upon. Every swing of his sword is a desperate attempt to carve out a legacy, to be remembered, but each cut also feels like a piece of his soul, sacrificed upon the altar of honor. Patroclus, aching with a yearning that feels raw and exposed, steps forward against every instinct. "You're losing yourself, Achilles. You're more than this. We're more than this." The words hang in the air, fragile as glass, shimmering with hope and terror. Can love pull him back from the brink, or will it, too, fall victim to the relentless tide of fate? Voices echo in the distance, whispers of glory, ghosts of fallen comrades. The memories swirl around them, a haunting melody of laughter and loss. I remember the warmth of the sun, long gone now, replaced by shadows creeping over the battlefield, like a thief stealing the last glimmers of day. It's nighttime in their hearts, a cold blanket of doubt that suffocates their dreams. With every swing, Achilles feels the weight of expectations pressing down on him. He was born to be a hero, the invincible warrior wrapped in tales of glory, but the masks he wears grow heavier, and with each victory, he wonders if he's lost the very essence of what it means to be alive. What is honor? He questions silently, eyes blazing. What is victory when it costs me everything? And then, a moment, a breath suspended in time, as if the universe holds its breath, waiting. Patroclus rushes forward, unyielding, drawing his own sword, heart racing. "If you won't listen, then I'll fight beside you." The intensity of his words crackles in the air, igniting something deep within Achilles. Love, fierce and terrible, battling against the tide of war. The clash of their swords is a cacophony of emotion, two souls intertwined, teetering on the edge of destruction. With every strike, I can taste the bittersweet sting of their bond, the desperation that clings to them like sweat-soaked armor. They are warriors, yes, but more than that, they are men, flawed and broken, seeking connection in a world that thrives on brutality. And then, tragedy strikes with the swiftness of a thief in the night. An arrow, silent, deadly, finds its mark. Patroclus falters, his breath hitching, eyes wide with shock. Achilles, he whispers, a plea, a prayer, a confession. The world seems to tilt, the colors bleeding into gray as time stretches impossibly, cruelly, around them. I remember the way Achilles' heart splintered, the moment he realized the price of his rage. No, he roars, a sound that shatters the very fabric of the universe, a primal scream that echoes through the ages, resonating with the anguish of 1,000 souls. The air is thick with despair, and suddenly, the battlefield feels like a grave, the ground soaked with dreams unfulfilled. He cradles Patroclus, the world around them fading into oblivion, the noise of battle drowning in a sea of sorrow. The warmth of life slips away, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. "You are my light," Achilles cries, his voice breaking like fragile glass. "You were everything." And as night descends, thick and suffocating, Achilles stands alone amid the chaos, transformed by grief into something darker, a vengeful specter of his former self. The shadows twist and writhe around him, echoing the torment in his heart. His quest for vengeance becomes an obsession, a path lined with the bones of the fallen, the echoes of love lost amid the clamor of war. I can feel it, that electric tension, how love can transform into rage, how loss can ignite a firestorm within the soul. There he is, Achilles, a titan brought low by the weight of his love, his fury, and his despair. He is the sun and the shadow, the greatest of heroes, now just a man fighting against the night. And so, he steps into the darkness, into the fray, crying out his friend's name as if it were a battle cry, a desperate plea for redemption in a world that feels impossibly vast and indifferent. The war rages on, but for him, it has become something more, something deeply personal. With each step, he carries the ghosts of those he has lost, a heavy burden he will bear until the end of time. I remember the silence that follows, a silence thick with unshed tears, a silence that speaks volumes about the heartache, the relentless pulse of grief. Achilles moves forward, unyielding, a warrior forged in tragedy, and as he plunges into the chaos once more, one thing remains clear: the battle for glory has morphed into a battle for love, and the echoes of their souls will reverberate through eternity. The night is thick with tension, as if the air itself holds its breath. Shadows flicker like ghosts across the stone walls of the Achaean camp. Soldiers huddle, whispers swirling, a shroud of uncertainty draping over them, heavy and suffocating. Torches sputter, and the flames dance like lost souls searching for salvation. I remember the long days besieging Troy, the steady drumbeat of despair echoing in my chest, each day blending into the next, the monotony of waiting gnawing at our sanity, raw and relentless. In the flickering light, Odysseus stands apart, his brow furrowed, teeth clenched, the weight of the world etched into his face. You can see it in his eyes, the storm brewing, an intelligence so sharp, it cuts through the gloom. There's a way, he murmurs, his voice low and gravelly, yet it carries the promise of something electric, something that could change the course of destiny. I see the glimmer of hope in his expression, but it's laced with shadows, a darkness that hints at just how far he's willing to go. Then there's Achilles, a lion cloaked in human skin, his rage palpable, his heart a burning forge of wrath. Victory demands blood, he growls, fists clenched, muscles coiled like a spring ready to unleash fury. He paces, restless energy coursing through him like electricity, but beneath the bravado, I sense fear, fear of never returning home, fear of what price we must pay for glory. I remember my own fear, the echo of family faces, haunting and beautiful. What does victory mean if it leaves us all broken? The moon hangs low, a watchful eye, as Odysseus pulls us closer, conspiratorial. A gift, he whispers, and the word feels like a knife, sharp and glinting in the dark. A wooden horse. I shiver. The very idea wraps around my heart like icy fingers. What kind of gift comes from the depths of despair? What twisted kindness lies in the guise of betrayal? The idea blooms, both brilliant and grotesque. A monstrous seed of cunning, burrowing into our minds, promising salvation yet cloaked in deceit. I glance at the soldiers around me, and they nod, eyes wide, hungry for any shred of hope. We are desperate, starving for a win, willing to feast on the scraps of insanity if it means a breath of freedom. You mean to trick them? Achilles' voice is a low growl, skepticism laced with intrigue. I can feel the tension crackle, each word igniting a spark that dances through the air. Odysseus' plan is both a glimmer of cleverness and a dive into madness. Time stretches, distorting like a warped mirror. I remember the pulse of the city of Troy, that battleground of dreams and nightmares, a fortress of stone, impenetrable, yet now, it feels less like an enemy and more like a prison. Think of it. Odysseus presses, his gaze fierce, we can slip inside, and while they celebrate their supposed triumph, we strike. The vision unfurls, painted in broad strokes of audacity and terror. As the plan takes shape, I can't shake the creeping dread that gnaws at the edges of my mind. Each heartbeat feels like a countdown to a reckoning, each passing moment heavy with the weight of choices yet to be made. The horse, towering and hollow, stands as a monument to our desperation, a promise and a curse rolled into one. I watch Odysseus as he begins to see faces in the wood, each one a reflection of our fears and hopes. They will welcome it as a trophy, he breathes, the excitement sparking in his eyes, yet there's something more, a flicker of madness lurking beneath the surface. What if this is not our salvation but our doom? The shadows deepen around us, cloaking our intentions in mystery. Night wraps around us like a shroud as we prepare our deception. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and anticipation, haunting memories of comrades lost echoing through the darkness. I remember too well the sacrifices made, the blood spilled on the ground, the lives shattered like glass. Yet here we stand, ready to submit to a plan born of desperation, willing to trap ourselves within the jaws of fate. As the soldiers begin to construct the beast of wood, I can't help but feel the weight of it pressing down on my chest. It's a grotesque, twisted sculpture, a hollow husk that will carry the weight of our hopes. The world feels heavy, and in that silence, the enormity of our actions looms like a ghost. I look into the eyes of my comrades, and they mirror my fears, hope intertwined with dread, courage tangled with uncertainty. When dawn breaks, it's a cruel awakening. The sun spills golden light over the battlefield, illuminating the wooden horse like a beacon of our folly. I feel the tension tighten in my chest. The plan rolls forward, each soldier's heart pounding in rhythm with the inevitability of what's to come. The hope in Odysseus' eyes is a beacon, yet I can't shake the feeling that it might lead us into darkness. As we maneuver the horse towards the gates of Troy, I feel the weight of every heartbeat, every breath we take, as we approach our fate. I remember the faces of my family, smiling in the sunlight, and the thought of them drives me forward. But what if this victory costs us everything? The soldiers chant, a mantra of courage, but I can only hear the whispers of doubt echoing in my soul. The gates of Troy swing open, the clamor of celebration ringing in our ears. The soldiers spill forth, eager for conquest, but within me, a storm brews. This is it, the moment of truth. We are not just aiming for victory, we are tiptoeing along the razor's edge of betrayal, laughter mingling with sinister glee. Odysseus leads us into the belly of the beast, and I feel the pulse of fear quicken with every step. The air thickens with anticipation, and my heart pounds in sync with the drumbeat of destiny. We are ghosts in a world of light, seeking to wreak havoc beneath the surface. The laughter of the Trojans echoes through the air, a chilling reminder of the price we might pay for our cunning. And then, in that moment of tension, I remember a fleeting glimpse of home, the warmth of summer days, the laughter of children playing under the sun. But here we are, cloaked in shadows, daring to rewrite the story. There's no turning back now, the wheels of fate are in motion, and as we edge closer to our confrontation, the lines between hero and villain blur in the growing chaos. With every heartbeat, the air thickens, and the temperature rises, a suffocating mix of hope and horror. The Trojan horse looms large behind us, a spectre of our ambition and our folly. Inside, the world waits, poised on the brink of annihilation or salvation. The silence screams louder than any battle cry. I remember the fleeting moments of clarity amid the chaos, and I know that the real fight has only just begun. The air crackled, thick with tension, as the waves crashed against the worn hull of the ship. I stood at the edge of the deck, white-knuckled, heart hammering in my chest like a war drum. The salty spray of the sea stung my face, each droplet a reminder that the ocean was both a cradle and a grave. The wind howled, a banshee wail carrying echoes of lost souls, and in that moment, I felt the weight of every choice I'd ever made, every life I'd touched with my reckless ambition. Odysseus crouched at the helm, his face a mask of determination mixed with the deep-set lines of weariness. With every glance back towards me, I saw a flicker of desperation, as if he were asking, pleading, "Are you with me?" But that question hung like a sword above our heads. Loyalty was a double-edged weapon. I remembered the night we feasted in Ithaca, laughter spilling like wine, careless and intoxicating. But this was no banquet. This was war, with shadows lurking in the depths, hungry for our failure. The horizon bled into twilight, the sun slipping away, and in its wake came darkness, a shroud of uncertainty that settled over us like a funeral pall. "We must move," he barked, his voice rough like gravel, yet it trembled with an undercurrent of sorrow. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to cling to the familiar, to the warmth of home, but none of us were truly home. Each of us was a ghost haunting the edges of our own memories, drifting through the remnants of what once was. Then came the storm. The sky tore open, and the rain fell like daggers, each drop a reminder that the world was unyielding, merciless. I looked to Odysseus, his hand steady on the wheel, yet his eyes betrayed him, glimpses of fear flickered like lightning. The man was not a god, he was a father, a husband, a man burdened by the weight of 1,000 expectations. I remember, I whispered, memories flooding back. I remember the warmth of Penelope's smile, the way she held our son. But the words were swallowed by the tempest. And then there was Telemachus, our brave boy, caught between the man he wanted to be and the shadows that clung to him like a second skin. He was a warrior with the heart of a poet, woven with threads of doubt and resilience. I saw him struggling against the storm, his face a portrait of fierce determination mixed with sorrow. "Father," he shouted, each syllable a battle cry, a plea against the raging wind. "We can't turn back. We must fight." But fight what? The sea? The monsters of our own making? I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of hope wrestling with despair, and it tore at me. The waves roared, and the ship bucked beneath us, a wild beast unleashed. I felt alive and terrified, each surge of water pulling me deeper into the chaos. "Hold on!" Odysseus bellowed, his voice a beacon in the storm. He was unyielding, but I could sense his own questions, his insecurities lying hidden. What if he failed us? What if the gods had turned their backs? Each heartbeat drummed louder, matching the rhythm of the tempest, echoing the primal fear that coursed through us. And then, like a spectre emerging from a dream, the sirens appeared, their haunting melodies cutting through the cacophony of the storm. They sang of home, of warmth, of solace. I wanted to leap overboard, to surrender to their voices, but I clamped my hands over my ears, fighting against the seductive pull of their song. "Odysseus! We must!" But the words caught in my throat, choked by longing and dread. "Stay strong," he roared, turning towards his son, his eyes ablaze. "We're not done yet." In that moment, I saw the man I had always admired, the warrior, the leader, rising from the ashes of doubt, and it filled me with a fierce pride, even as the storm raged on. We were bound together, not by blood but by choice, and that made us stronger. But then, darkness unfurled in the depths. A shadow rose, monstrous and haunting, the embodiment of our deepest fears. It was the ghost of a soldier we lost, a reminder of battles fought and lives shattered. "I remember," I whispered again, as the memory surged like a tide. "I remember the laughter, the friendships forged, the dreams we chased. All of it, slipping away. The confrontation was inevitable and cruel. The shadow loomed larger, claws scraping against the hull, a grinding reminder of past mistakes. I could see Telemachus' eyes widen in horror, confusion pulsing through him. "Father! What is that?" he cried, and I felt the twist of anguish in my gut. How could I explain the weight of our decisions, the ghosts of our past, the haunting inevitability of fate? "Face it!" Odysseus shouted, the call not just to the monster but to the very essence of who we were. "We cannot run from what we've done." In his eyes burned the fire of resolve, yet the flicker of fear remained. For all our bravado, we were merely mortals, tangled in a web of choices beyond our grasp. The ghost lunged, and time froze. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. I felt the pulse of the universe around us, the weight of every moment crashing down. We were on the precipice, teetering between despair and hope. "No!" I screamed, but the word was lost, swallowed by the roar of the storm. And then, defiantly, Odysseus stood tall, the storm and the ghost swirling around us. The ship felt alive, a living entity, and for a moment I believed we could conquer even the darkest depths of our souls. Together, he shouted, and that word resonated like a battle cry, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Telemachus stepped forward, a spark igniting in his chest, and together we faced the shadow. Each of us pulled from the depths of our pain, our regrets, our love. It was raw, visceral, and beautiful in its agony. We were not just fighting for survival, we were reclaiming our right to live, to breathe, to feel. And as the storm raged on, I knew this was just the beginning. The tides of fate would continue to shift, and the monsters would come again. But I felt a flicker of light amidst the chaos, a promise lingering in the air. We were alive, and we would face whatever lay ahead together, even if the journey seemed endless, even if the ghosts of our past continued to haunt us. Our hearts beat as one, drawing strength from each other, standing resolutely against the tide. And in that moment, I understood, this was the essence of us, bound together, flawed yet unstoppable. The wind howled like a banshee, ripping through the hollow spaces of the camp, carrying with it the taste of salt and blood. I stood at the edge of the encampment, my heart thundering, a relentless beat echoing the chaos all around. The flames from the torches flickered ominously, shadows dancing on the canvas of the tents, whispering secrets that churned in the darkness. Each breath felt heavy, thick with the weight of dread, as I watched my brother Agamemnon stride toward his fate, the weight of his crown and the burden of his choices hanging like a noose around his neck. I remember the moment he made the decision, igniting a firestorm that would not easily be quelled. I remember the look in his eyes, hollow, desperate, a king cornered by the gods and his own hubris. That relentless pride, a double-edged sword, gleamed like a polished blade, blinding him to the abyss that lay ahead. The wind shifted, and I could almost hear the voices of the dead, echoes of warriors lost, their laughter haunting the air like the ghosts of a forgotten past. Their presence was suffocating, a reminder of what was sacrificed for glory. But who had to pay the price? Who bore the burden of a choice made in the heat of passion? I turned my gaze to Iphigenia, my beloved daughter, standing at the altar, a lamb unaware of its fate. Her innocence was a light that should never have flickered in the dark. I could barely breathe as I watched her, the girl who had danced in the sunbeams, her laughter ringing like silver bells, now caught in a web of deceit and desperation. My heart twisted like a knife. "Father," she called, her voice trembling, sweet as honey yet laced with fear. "Where are you taking me?" How could I answer? Words caught in my throat like a stone. I wanted to scream, to wrench her away from the altar, to shield her from the horror that loomed. My hands clenched, fists of rage and regret. I was both father and king, a man torn between duty and love, a puppet dancing on strings pulled by the gods, and I knew what they demanded of me. Sacrifice. Retribution. The air grew still, a silence so profound it felt like the universe itself held its breath. I saw the soldiers, faces etched with the lines of war, hardened gazes trained on the spectacle. Each one of them was a witness to the unraveling of a family, the destruction of a bond forged in blood and sweat. I could see their thoughts, swirling like storm clouds gathering for a tempest. Would they cheer for their king, or would they curse him for this grievous act? Iphigenia's eyes searched mine, wide and trusting. "I'm not afraid, father." But I could see the truth beneath her brave facade, the shimmering tears threatening to spill, the quiver in her voice. I wanted to wrap her in my arms, to take her far away from this grotesque theater of fate. A part of me screamed for her to run, to flee to the mountains where the sun kissed the earth and laughter echoed between the trees. But the gods demanded their tribute, and I was a man shackled to a destiny I could not escape. "Calm, my child," I whispered, though my heart was a tempest, a raging sea threatening to swallow me whole. "It will be over soon, just trust me." Trust? How could I ask her for that? The weight of betrayal hung between us, thick as the smoke rising from the pyres of those who had come before, warriors who had faced the inevitable with courage and dread. Then, the moment broke. The priests, clad in flowing robes stained with the remnants of past sacrifices, moved forward, their chants an eerie dirge that pulsed with a life of its own. The crowd held its breath, anticipation crackling in the air like the lightning that sometimes danced across the night sky. I could feel the eyes of the gods upon us, cold and unyielding, judging, waiting. "Father! I don't want to die." Iphigenia's voice sliced through the air, a plea that shattered the silence like glass. My heart, once a steady drum, now pounded wildly, a caged beast desperate to escape. Iphigenia, but it was too late. The moment had arrived, a cruel twist of fate that I could not rewrite. The priests raised their daggers, gleaming like the teeth of a wolf, hungry for flesh and blood. And in that heart-stopping instant, I felt time fracture, splintering like ice underfoot. Memories flooded in, her first steps, the warmth of her small hand in mine, the night spent telling her stories beneath a blanket of stars. Each fragment a reminder of how love could twist into anguish, how fate could turn joy into sorrow with a single stroke of a pen. "Father!" It was a sound so raw, so achingly beautiful that it twisted the knife deeper within me. I stood frozen, a statue carved from stone, as I watched the dagger descend. The world around me blurred, the soldiers, the torches, the chants of the priests, all fading into a cacophony of sorrow and despair. I was lost, adrift in the storm of my choices, the shadows closing in, wrapping around me like a shroud. Then, the scream, piercing, haunting, echoing through the very fabric of my being. Iphigenia's voice wove itself into the fabric of my soul, a lament that would haunt me through the ages. The blade plunged deep, and in that moment, I knew I was both the architect of her demise and the witness to her retribution. I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, the heavens crack open. The world seemed to tilt, to shatter, a mirror reflecting my guilt and my despair. The price of my ambition was her life, a life snuffed out like a candle in the wind. No victor emerged from this tragedy, no glory to be claimed. Just shadows, echoes, and a legacy stained in blood. As I fell to my knees, the cries of the crowd faded, replaced by the relentless thrum of my heart, beating a sorrowful rhythm, a requiem for what was lost. And as the darkness closed in, I felt the weight of my choices settle upon me, a crown forged in pain, heavy and unyielding. In that eternal moment, I understood, this was not the end. It was only the beginning of a cycle, a loop of vengeance and sorrow, where the gods played their cruel games, and I was but a pawn on their chessboard of fate. The wind howled like a wounded beast, thrumming against the canvas of the tent, rattling the bones of its inhabitants. I stood in the shadow of fate, each breath a labor, each heartbeat a drum demanding blood. The air was thick with the fetid stench of sweat and fear, two warriors poised on the edge of annihilation. I remember the moment Achilles' eyes ignited with fury, a flame that could scorch the earth. I remember when Patroclus fell, his life extinguished like a candle snuffed by a monstrous gust. The ache in my chest mirrored the roar of the distant battle, a cacophony of metal clashing against metal, of men screaming like banshees into the void. My mind raced, cluttered with memories of laughter shared under an olive tree, now replaced by the spectre of revenge, looming larger than the very gods. Achilles, my once gentle friend, was now a tempest unleashed, a force of nature that would not quench until blood flowed like rivers. "Take the armor," he commanded, voice shaking the very ground beneath us. "I will go. I will end this." His fingers curled around the golden helm, the very thing that made him a demigod, and I felt the tremor in his hands, the fear lurking behind fury. He was a lion stripped of its pride, and I was the heart that beat for him, bound by loyalty, yet screaming against the storm rising within. "Achilles," I pleaded, the desperation clawing at my throat. "Revenge won't bring him back. This path leads only to more death." But my words were drowned in the tidal wave of his wrath. Behind those stormy eyes lay a tempest of shattered promises, the echoes of a friendship that had been forged on the anvil of trust and now lay broken. Patroclus died in battle. He died for honor. For us, he growled, a snarl ripping through the sweetness of our shared memories. Each syllable was a dagger, cutting deeper into my soul. I felt the weight of his grief, a dark, suffocating cloak that threatened to swallow him whole. I could see the remnants of his humanity fading, consumed by an insatiable hunger for vengeance. I reached for his arm, my fingers brushing against the cold steel of his armor. But at what cost? I whispered, my voice trembling under the weight of what I knew was to come. "You will become the monster you seek to destroy." His gaze pierced through me, fierce and unyielding. "Better a monster than a coward." The words dripped with venom, twisting like shadows in the dying light. In that moment, I saw not just a friend but a shattered reflection of what he could have been, a hero, a lover, a man untouched by the venom of hatred. A sudden hush fell over the camp, thick and oppressive, as if the very universe was holding its breath, awaiting the inevitable clash of gods and men. I turned away, heart pounding, knowing the scales were tipping toward chaos. The taste of ashes lingered in my mouth, the bitter reminder of what was lost. I still remembered the laughter, the feasts, the warmth of a shared bed beneath a sky alive with stars. Now, those memories felt like ghosts haunting my every thought. "Achilles!" I cried, my voice cracking like a fragile twig. "Do not let his death consume you." But there was no answer, only the echo of his resolve, ringing louder than any battle cry. The dark cloud of fate loomed, and I felt the grip of time tightening around us, each tick of the clock a tolling bell for what was to come. And then it happened, a collision of destinies. He stormed into the battlefield, a blinding light against a backdrop of dark despair. The world fell silent as he became the embodiment of wrath, a force of nature unleashed. I watched like a helpless spectator, heart racing, as he cut through the throng of warriors, each swing of his sword a symphony of retribution. Blood painted the ground, a macabre canvas of his fury. In that frenzied dance of death, I glimpsed fragments of Achilles that I once knew, flickers of the boy who laughed at his own reflection, who loved fiercely and with abandon. They were drowned beneath the tidal wave of vengeance, lost in the violence of his strike. I felt my heart shatter, piece by piece, as he obliterated everything in his path, the world burning in his wake. The cries of the dying mingled with the laughter of the gods, an unsettling chorus that wrapped around me like chains. I was trapped in this nightmare, unable to reach him, unable to pull him back from the abyss. I remember the moment I saw him stand over Hector, the fallen prince, the weight of destiny heavy upon his shoulders. "You killed him," I whispered, but the words tasted like blood on my tongue. "Honor demands it," he hissed, eyes wild, and in that moment, I saw not just a man but a god of war. Honor. Revenge. They entwined like lovers, each one pulling him further from the light. I felt my own resolve waver, the lines blurring between right and wrong, between love and hate. As he plunged his sword into Hector's heart, the world erupted, the heavens splintering into chaos. A roar ripped from his throat, echoing through the night like a funeral dirge. I was swept away in the storm, trapped in the vortex of emotions that tore at my soul. I saw Achilles, but I no longer recognized him. He was a shadow, a ghost of what could have been. In that moment, I understood the true cost of revenge, the haunting truth that it could consume even the brightest of souls. I felt the weight of history, the echoes of our choices reverberating through time. I was his tether, yet I felt myself slipping away, helpless against the tide of his wrath. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, I realized that this was only the beginning. The cycle of vengeance would continue, a relentless loop of sorrow and rage, with no end in sight. I stood on the precipice of despair, heart heavy with the knowledge that love was not enough to save him from the darkness that awaited. The battlefield lay silent now, yet the war raged on within. The ghosts of our past danced in the shadows, whispering secrets I could never unlearn. I was left holding the remains of a friendship, fragments scattered like ash on the wind, knowing that the true battle had only just begun. A scream shatters the air, piercing through the chaos like a lightning bolt. In the heart of Troy, flames lick the sky as the ground trembles beneath the weight of men who once called each other brothers. The sun bleeds red, casting shadows that twist and distort, mingling with the cries of the dying. Hector stands atop the fallen wall, his armor glinting maddeningly in the dying light, a maddened lion surveying the remnants of his pride. Every heartbeat echoes in his chest, a relentless drumbeat of fear and honor, each thud a reminder of the terrible weight he bears. His eyes, once bright with the laughter of youth, are now dark pools of sorrow. I remember the innocence of our days, the laughter shared over cups of wine, the camaraderie as we prepared for battle, never suspecting that the gods would turn us against each other. There was a time when we believed in heroism, in glory. Now? Now, the gods play their games, tossing mortals like pawns across a blooded chessboard. And there's Achilles, the rage personified, a storm contained within flesh and bone. He stands apart, fury etched into every line of his form. Bloodlust swirls around him like a hungry ghost, beckoning him to unleash his wrath. I remember the way he once laughed, a carefree boy, believing himself invincible. Now, he snaps at the world, a tethered beast, yearning for vengeance yet haunted by the specter of Patroclus, his dearest friend torn away by the very war they fought to claim. Why, gods, he bellows, his voice a howl of anguish that pierces through the din, why do you toy with us? Why do you sow discord among us? Each question is a dagger into the night, as if he believes their ears might hear, their hearts might feel, his heartbreak buried beneath layers of rage and despair. The gods watch, aloof, perched upon their lofty thrones, their laughter echoing in the vastness of Olympus, a chilling harmony of indifference. They see Hector, the noble warrior, they see Achilles, the wrathful demigod. But they do not feel. They do not understand the weight of a fallen brother or the sharp edges of grief that cut deeper than any sword. I stand amidst these titans of fate, feeling the pulse of their power, a cold wind that chills the soul. Hera, the queen, her breast swollen with jealousy, gazes down at the battlefield and whispers to Athena, the wise but cunning. Let them bleed, let their hearts break. For every wound they inflict upon each other feeds my anger. I remember her power, a force of nature, both beautiful and terrible, her eye sparkling with a malevolence that could turn the tide of any battle. She leans forward, her fingers gripping the edge of her throne, excitement bathing her in a cruel light. Athena nods, her voice smooth like molten silver. What is a hero without tragedy? Let them learn the depths of despair, we shall weave the threads of their fate. Ah, the irony! They twist our lives into a tapestry, colorful and rich, yet filled with the shadows of loss, unraveling with every clash of steel. Hector, caught in the throes of battle, feels a warmth at his back, the echo of a promise long forgotten. Mother, he murmurs, his voice cracking like the brittle bones of his fallen friends. What have I done to deserve this? I believed in honor, in the strength of my people. But his heart knows the truth, the gods have turned their favor, and he must pay the price. Around him, the clash of swords, the cries of men, all merge into a cacophony that envelops him. Each scream, each death, is a note in the symphony of their suffering. The ground is soaked with blood, his blood, their blood, the blood of dreams unfulfilled. I remember the weight of grief as a tangible thing, pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. And there stands Achilles, his heart a tempest, rage boiling in his veins. Hector! Face me, he roars, his voice a thunderclap that reverberates through the hearts of all who hear it. Time seems to stretch, a taut string ready to snap, and I feel the world hold its breath. Hector turns, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips, knowing this battle could be his last, yet feeling the weight of honor pulling him forward. Why do we fight? He mutters, though the words are lost in the wind. What glory awaits us in death? The answer, too, is lost, tangled in the whims of those who watch from above. Tension crackles in the air, thick enough to choke on. I can see it in the eyes of the warriors, the fear, the desperation, a deep, primal instinct that gnaws at their very souls. Achilles thrusts his spear forward, wild with fury, and for a moment, the world narrows down to just the two of them, gods and men forgotten, the weight of fate resting on their shoulders. The climax draws near, a breath held in the throat of the universe. I feel the ground quake beneath me, the very fabric of reality trembling. The gods, mere shadows of their former glory, whisper tales of old, binding them to this moment, a tale of love, loss, vengeance. As the blades clash, the heavens murmur, and the earth beneath our feet quakes with the weight of what is to come. I close my eyes, feeling the pulse of lives intertwined, knowing that the ending of one is merely the beginning of an even deeper despair, or perhaps a flicker of hope, burning against the dark. And the moment lingers, suspended in time, a frayed thread ready to unravel. The war rages on, and the gods, smug in their indifference, lean closer, eager to witness the devastation, their laughter mingling with the cries of men. In their hands, we are nothing but puppets, dancing to a tune that only they can hear. Lost in this tempest of emotion and chaos, I remember. I remember every sacrifice, every tear shed in silence, and the haunting echoes of glory that now feel like a distant dream. We are all caught in the web of the gods' cruel game, and like moths to a flame, we dive headfirst into the abyss, knowing that the fire may consume us all. The clang of metal rings through the air like a death knell, sharp and unforgiving. I am in the thick of it, the scent of sweat mingling with the heavy perfume of blood, a miasma of war that clings to my skin as if it's a second layer. Torches flicker like dying stars, casting jagged shadows against the stone walls of Troy, the city that once gleamed with pride now cloaked in the fog of despair. I remember the night before the siege, when hope still danced in our hearts, but hope is a cruel mistress, isn't it? A riddle I've yet to solve. I grip my sword tighter, knuckles white, my heart throbbing in sync with the distant cries echoing through the crumbling streets. Men, brothers, are falling, and the sound that escapes my throat is a mix of rage and sorrow. Hector, my brother, my shield, stands before me, fierce and resolute, his dark eyes aflame with the fury of 1,000 suns. "We fight for our home," he bellows, but the words hang heavy in the air, a prayer offered to indifferent gods. Betrayal, like a serpent, coils around us, whispering lies that poison our resolve. We are warriors, yes, but we are also men, a truth that feels like a dagger twisting in my gut. I remember the laughter that once filled this city, the shared meals, the children playing in the sun. Now, shadows stretch long, and the laughter is but a haunting echo. The city is on fire, and the light flickers against our faces, illuminating the fear etched into every feature, every soul. I can't help but wonder, who are we becoming? A sudden crash yanks me from my reverie, the wooden gate splintering under the weight of betrayal. The Greeks have found their way in, like thieves in the night. I can almost hear the laughter of Odysseus, that cunning fox, devising plans that turn brothers into ghosts. This ends here. I roar, though my heart trembles. The thought of losing Hector is unbearable, a void too vast to contemplate. He meets my gaze, and in that moment, we share a silent pact, our fates intertwined like vines strangling a tree. I rush forward, adrenaline surging, the world around me fading. I see them, the Greeks, monsters beneath the guise of men, eyes glinting with malice. My sword sings as it slices through the air, and time stretches, warping around the chaos. Each clash of steel is a heartbeat, a reminder that we are alive, even as the specter of death lurks close by. I remember my mother's tales of valor, how they glorified the hero, but to be a hero is to face the abyss, and the abyss stares back with hollow eyes. I see him, Paris, my brother, standing amidst the fray, his hands fumbling with the bow, a man more poet than warrior. His heart thunders in his chest, but his aim falters. He looks lost, the weight of our father's expectations crushing him, his love for Helen, a flame flickering against the storm. I want to scream, to shake him from his stupor, but I can only watch as the battle rages on, a tempest of violence and raw emotion. Paris! I call, but the din swallows my voice whole. As I fight, the tide of battle ebbs and flows, a dark sea pulling at my very soul. I remember the stories of old, of heroes and their epic battles, yet here we are, just men, fighting in the shadows of our own making. I can taste the ash of our dreams on my tongue, the bitter fruit of a war that has consumed us all. And then, the moment hangs in the air, suspended like a breath held too long. I see Achilles, a storm incarnate, charging with the wrath of the gods, his face a mask of fury. But behind him, the Greeks surge like a tide, and despair floods my veins. Hector turns to me, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of determination and fear, and I know, that the prophecy looms over us like a dark cloud, one brother must fall to the other. The world narrows to a point, the sound of gasping breaths, the clash of swords, the cries of the dying. In this chaos, I find a moment of clarity, a heartbeat where time stands still. I remember my love for the city, for our people, for Hector. How can we betray that for glory? But betrayal isn't just a choice, it seeps into our bones, a slow poison that turns kin into enemies, that turns love into hatred. And as Hector charges into the fray, my heart splinters. I chase after him, the echo of my footsteps a haunting reminder of what we're losing. I can almost hear whispers of the past, the laughter, the warmth of home, but they slip through my fingers like sand. I reach him just in time to witness the inevitable, the clash of destiny weaving a tapestry of destruction. A spear plunges deep, and time collapses. I watch, helpless, as Hector's body crumbles, the light dimming in his eyes, and grief wraps around me like a shroud, a suffocating embrace. Brother! The word escapes my lips, a strangled cry that hangs in the air, a wail that echoes through the ruins of Troy. But the world doesn't stop, it rushes on, indifferent to our anguish. The Greeks surge forward, a tide of darkness swallowing the last glimmers of hope. I feel my sanity fray, a delicate thread unraveling under the weight of despair. Betrayal hangs thick in the air, a noxious fog that chokes the very essence of who we are. We are not heroes, we are ghosts, wandering through the ruins of our choices, our dreams. The city crumbles around us, a reflection of our own hearts, broken, battered, but still alive, still fighting, even as the flames rise higher. As I clutch my brother's lifeless body, I know this is not the end. The fire that consumes Troy will spark a reckoning beyond the walls, a storm brewing in the hearts of the living. I remember the sun rising over the city, and even as dusk descends, I refuse to let go. The battle has only just begun. The air was thick with the scent of salt and desperation. The harbors were ghostly, shadows flickering like the last breaths of the departed. It was night, and the stars whispered secrets that echoed in the bones of the world. The sea churned, waves crashed against the rocks like an anxious heart, thudding, thudding, as if saying, I remember. I remember. Odysseus stood on the precipice of his past, a tempest roiling inside him. He could see Ithaca, a mere outline in the murky darkness, yet it felt like the distance between him and home was miles of sorrow. He hadn't returned as the hero the songs had sung him to be. No, he was a hollow man filled with shadows and ghosts, ghosts of men lost and battles fought, of sirens that sang with the sweetness of death. He could feel the weight of their cries, still reverberating within him, dampening the joy that should have surged at the mere thought of home. I should have died, he muttered, gripping the railing harder, his knuckles white. I should have drowned with them. In the back of his mind, memories flitted like bats in a darkened cave. The laughter of his son, Telemachus, echoed with a bittersweet note, a haunting reminder of time lost. Each wave that crashed against the hull of his ship whispered regrets, sorrowful lullabies that tugged at his heart. And then there was Penelope, waiting, always waiting. The image of her, pale and drawn, haunted him. Each night without her grew more unbearable, sharper like shards of glass embedded in his heart. He remembered the way her eyes would light up when he returned from battle, and now they were dimmed by the weight of uncertainty. Would she even recognize him? Would she recoil from the man he had become? Odysseus looked to the horizon, where the dark sea met the sky, an infinite stretch of unknowing. The stars blinked like ancient eyes, indifferent to his plight. Time, he thought, was a cruel mistress, and the cosmos didn't care for the stories of men. They spun on, unyielding, while lives crumbled beneath their vast gaze. On the other side of the ship stood Achilles, fierce and fiery, but now subdued, his eyes clouded with regret. The hero of the Iliad, with blood-stained hands and a heart heavy with a past that refused to let go. What do you find so alluring about this place? He spat, a bitterness clinging to each word. He pointed to the shore lined with the silhouettes of ghosts, the souls of those he had slain, those he could never bring back. This home you seek? It's a trap, Odysseus. A beautiful lie. The truth cut as sharply as the swords they once wielded together. Achilles was fighting his own battle with the looming spectre of mortality. For him, glory was a sweet poison, and he was drowning in it. The heroes had returned, but what awaited them? Was it redemption or decay? I don't seek glory, Achilles, Odysseus replied, his voice steady despite the tempest inside. I seek peace. Even if it means facing the ghosts of my past. But Achilles laughed, a hollow, mirthless sound that echoed against the backdrop of the waves. Peace? You think you can find peace after all we've done? I felt the weight of despair settle over me, thick and suffocating. It made me think of the countless nights spent tossing in bed, haunted by the faces of the fallen, each one a reminder of the heroism I once revered. I remember, the refrain pulsed in my head, an unending mantra that brought forth the faces of my lost brothers in arms. You think your home is still whole? Achilles continued, his voice rising like the tide. You think Penelope will welcome you with open arms? She has lived in your absence, as I have lived with the weight of my decisions. We're not the men we once were, Odysseus. We're phantoms of ourselves. The world changed without us, and we're just echoes now. A shiver ran through Odysseus, cold and dark. Memories of Penelope, how she would weave the tapestry of their lives while he was gone, her hands moving like time itself, swam before him. But now, would she be weaving grief instead? Would she cling to the hope of his return, or would she have let it fray like the edges of her heart? As they approached the harbor, Odysseus felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. The dark clouds hung low, and lightning split the sky, illuminating the stark reality of what awaited them. It was not just a return to a place, but a confrontation with everything they had become. "I remember," he whispered, the words barely rising above the crash of the waves. "I remember the warmth of her touch, the light in her eyes. I can't bear the thought of her pain," and yet, Achilles turned, his expression softening for the first time. "And yet, we are bound by the chains of our choices." The tension hung thick, crackling in the electric air between them. The shoreline loomed closer now, a dark silhouette against the violent sky, and with it, the promise of confrontation. The pulse of the earth quickened beneath their feet, drawing them toward the inevitable reckoning that awaited them there. As the ship glided silently into the harbor, Odysseus felt one truth resonate in his core: returning home was not the end of his journey, it was the beginning of a reckoning. The heroes had returned, but they brought with them the weight of their past, the ghosts forever intertwined with their souls. And as they stepped onto the worn stones of Ithaca, the town lay before them, shrouded in shadows and whispers of long-forgotten promises. He could hear the echo of Penelope's heart, and he knew, deep down, that whatever lay ahead, joy or heartbreak, would define them all over again. The story was far from over. The night was still young, the shadows danced with secrets, and the tide was rising. The world awaited their return, and so did the ghosts they could never escape. The moon hung low over Athens, a ghostly orb dripping silver onto the cobblestones, illuminating the chaos beneath. The air crackled, heavy with the scent of sweat and fear, as a crowd surged and roared, hearts racing like the hooves of the horses they rode. I stood at the edge, my pulse a distant echo of their frenzy, lost in the maelstrom of blood and glory, alive yet numb. "Please, Theseus, don't go," spoke a voice, raw with desperation, cutting through the din. Ariadne's eyes were wide, glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling. "They'll tear you apart, and I can't bear." I could see the tremors of her lips, the way her hands clutched the fabric of her dress as if she could hold onto him through sheer will. But Theseus, bold and unyielding, was a lion among sheep, his resolve a furnace. "I must," he said, as if the weight of Athens itself rested on his shoulders. The call of destiny thrummed in the air, a siren song that wrapped around him, drawing him in. He turned toward the labyrinth, the monstrous heart of the Minotaur's lair, where nightmares thrived and shadows danced. I remember the moment he stepped into the abyss, the way the world seemed to inhale, a collective gasp of anticipation. The crowd faded into a murmur, their faces blurring together, the flickering torches casting haunting shapes on the walls. My heart thudded in my chest, I felt the pull of dread, the icy touch of uncertainty. "Don't you see?" Ariadne's voice cracked, a melody of anguish. "You're walking into hell. The monster waits, and it feeds on courage." Each word a blade, cutting through the bravado that surrounded him like armor. But Theseus smiled, a brave, reckless grin, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed invincible. "Then I'll feed it courage," he declared, charging forward, his silhouette swallowed by darkness. The labyrinth was a living thing, twisting and turning like a serpent, walls whispering the secrets of those who had been lost before him. I could hear the heartbeat of the Minotaur, a booming echo of rage and despair, thrumming through the stone. Ariadne trembled beside me, her hope dissolving, replaced by a chilling dread that clawed at her insides. "I remember," she murmured, her breath hitching in her throat. "I remember the stories of those who went before him." Her gaze pierced through the gloom, as if searching for a glimpse of her beloved. They never returned. They became shadows, just whispers on the wind. The tension crackled like thunder. Fear wrapped around my throat, choking me. A memory flashed, a child in a darkened room, clutching a blanket, listening to her mother's tales of heroes and monsters. The stories felt real, vibrant, and yet here we were, standing on the precipice of despair. And then came the roar. It echoed through the labyrinth, primal and fierce, a warning, a promise, a death knell. I felt it in my bones, it quaked the ground beneath us, the air vibrated with the force of it. I held my breath, wishing to drown out the spectre of doom that loomed over us. Ariadne gasped, her fingers digging into my arm. "He can't do this alone. He needs the thread." Panic surged through her like a wildfire, igniting her spirit. "He needs me." The urgency in her voice struck me, visceral and real. She turned to me, eyes aflame with determination. "You have to help me." But what could I do? I was but a wisp in this tapestry, a mere spectator to the unfolding tragedy. As shadows closed in, I felt the suffocating weight of indecision, a knife twisting in my gut. My dreams of heroism crumbled. I saw the truth. Life was not about glory, but the moments we snatched from the jaws of despair, about love forged in the fires of bravery. I remember Odysseus's voice echoed in the depths of the labyrinth, strong and defiant, as the clash of steel rang out. I remember the faces of the lost. Each cry, each desperate gasp from the depths broke my heart anew. I remember that I fight for them. Ariadne was no longer beside me. She had slipped into the shadows, chasing the shimmering thread of fate. I felt alone, and yet connected to something larger, something cosmic, where every heartbeat resonated with the essence of love and sacrifice. Suddenly, the world exploded. A blinding flash illuminated the darkness as Odysseus faced the Minotaur. The monster, towering and grotesque, snarled with primal fury, its breath hot and rancid. It lunged, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of its rage. But Odysseus, our hero, stood firm, a beacon of resolve amidst chaos. "Come at me," he roared, and I felt the heat of his spirit seep into my skin, igniting something within. Fear twisted in my gut, but so did hope, a fragile, flickering flame. As the two titans clashed, I felt the air shift, charged by their ferocity. The ground shook, and Ariadne's thread began to take shape in my mind, an anchor in the storm. "Remember me," she cried, her voice piercing, echoing through the winding paths, threading through the labyrinth like a lifeline. "Remember who you fight for." And there it was, the heartbeat of Athens, a pulse that connected us all, each thud resonating with the weight of our dreams, our fears. It was not just Odysseus fighting, it was all of us, battling our own monsters, searching for a way out. I could see it, the moment stretched, time bending, as passion collided with despair, love against fear. Every second was a storm, chaotic yet beautiful. The Minotaur roared again, but Odysseus, armed with nothing but courage, surged forward. I held my breath, praying, wishing, yearning for a victory that felt too far away. "Don't let go." Ariadne's words wrapped around me, refusing to let me succumb to the darkness. The labyrinth pulsed, alive with our collective spirit, each heartbeat an echo in the void. And just like that, the world held its breath, the outcome hanging in the balance, a shimmering thread woven through the fabric of fate. The echoes of their clash faded into the silence, leaving behind only the haunting specter of what was yet to come. The air hung heavy, thick with anticipation, as the darkness of the labyrinth swallowed the last notes of despairing breath. In that moment, a heartbeat echoed, my heartbeat, against the cold stone walls, reverberating through the shadows. I stood at the entrance, trembling, staring into the mouth of a monster. He was waiting for me, lurking, his breath like the gust of a winter gale, hot and foul. I remember the stories, I whispered to no one, my voice barely a rustle. The stories of courage and of despair. But courage felt like a distant echo in that moment. The stories had romanticized the hero, the brave knight who slayed the beast, but the truth was more visceral, more raw. My hands trembled, fingers brushing against the cold, rough texture of the stone. I couldn't shake the unease, the gnawing fear that perhaps I was not the hero of this tale but a mere pawn in a twisted game of fate. Behind me, my brother, Odysseus, radiated an intensity that was palpable. He was the brave one, his heart ablaze with valor, yet I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the flicker that mirrored my own. "We'll end this, Ariadne," he said, conviction lacing his words, but there was an undercurrent of something darker. Fear? Desperation? He met my gaze, and for a moment, we were bound by a shared terror, a bond forged in the fires of familial love and the weight of impending doom. "Together," I said, the word tasting bitter, heavy with the weight of what we faced. I could feel the labyrinth's breath behind me, like a predator lying in wait, and I was the prey. But then there was him, the Minotaur. Not just a beast, but a manifestation of every fear we harbored, every dread that clawed at the back of our minds. A creature born of darkness, loneliness, and rage. I could see him in my dreams, a figure shrouded in nightmares, horns towering like mountains, eyes glowing with a feral hunger. The labyrinth was no mere series of passages and dead ends, it was a reflection of our souls, twisted and contorted. I remembered the stories, yes, but now they felt like whispers from a life long lost. I swallowed hard, remembering my dreams of freedom and the weight of the world pressing down on me. Do you think he remembers? I asked Odysseus, my voice trembling as I thought of the beast, trapped within the walls of his own despair. The pain, the loneliness, does he know what he's become? Odysseus hesitated, his brow furrowing. It doesn't matter. He has to be stopped. But the determination in his voice cracked, revealing the fear that simmered just beneath the surface. As we moved deeper into the labyrinth, darkness wrapped around us like a shroud, each twist and turn a reminder of the impending confrontation. The shadows whispered secrets, eerie, chilling. I could almost hear the cries of the lost, the souls who had wandered too far, never to return. Remember, he said, pulling a thread of string from his pocket. This will guide us back. He was so sure, so unwavering, yet I felt the weight of uncertainty crushing my spirit. What if this was all for nothing? What if we too became whispers in the dark? The string glowed faintly, a thread of hope in a tapestry woven with despair. But hope was a fragile thing, a flickering flame in a storm. I took a breath, my chest heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. Do you think, I started, but the words caught in my throat. Do you think we could have been friends? Odysseus shook his head, a shadow crossing his face. He's not capable of friendship, Ariadne. He's only fury. But I couldn't shake the feeling that beneath the anger lay the remnants of a lost soul, a creature trapped in a cage of his own making. I could feel it deep within me, a pulse, an understanding. Footfalls echoed through the corridors, a sound that made my skin crawl. Each thump resonated with a bone-deep dread, and I turned to Odysseus, panic clawing at my throat. What if we don't find him first? Then we run, he replied, his voice a low rumble, but the uncertainty beneath it was thick as fog. I could see the tension coiling between us like a serpent, each second stretched into infinity, the air electric with fear. And then, he appeared, the Minotaur. A hulking figure, half man, half beast, standing at the end of the passage, silhouetted by the dim light. My heart raced, pounding like a war drum as he stared, his gaze searing. Run! Odysseus shouted, and we bolted, our feet pounding against the stone floor, each step a desperate bid for survival. The Minotaur's roar shook the very ground beneath us, a sound that echoed with the pain of centuries, and I felt the heat of his rage chase us. But as we ran, something shifted within me. I had always felt the pressure of expectation, my role as the supportive sister, the one who held the map and the thread, but now, as fear clawed at my insides, I began to unravel the knots of my own despair. I turned, heart racing, and instead of running, I faced him. Stop! I screamed into the darkness, my voice raw, tearing through the air like a blade. You don't have to be this. The Minotaur paused, his breath ragged, confusion flickering in his eyes. In that moment, the labyrinth felt alive. The walls pulsed, the shadows danced, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. I saw not a monster but a reflection of every lost moment, every scar I felt. I saw pain, rage, and a flicker of something softer, something human. Please, I whispered, the word hanging like a prayer in the air, a fragile thread between us. Remember who you were. Odysseus grabbed my arm, pulling me back, but I held my ground, heart racing with a strange mix of fear and hope. I will not run from you. The Minotaur's breath shuddered, and in that raw, electric moment, the labyrinth whispered promises of change, of courage, daring me to reach for the unthinkable. The beast took a step forward, and I could feel the weight of destiny resting on my shoulders. Time stretched, the shadows thickened, and the air crackled with tension. My heart thudded in my ears, each beat sinking me deeper into the moment. What would happen next? I didn't know. But in that heartbeat, I understood that courage wasn't the absence of fear, it was standing firm in the face of it. And perhaps, just perhaps, in this twisted tale of courage and despair, there was room for healing. The labyrinth loomed around us, dark and breathless, the shadows intertwining with our fate, teasing the edges of what lay ahead, and I stood ready, bound by love, fear, and the flicker of hope that refused to die. The air was thick with the scent of ash and despair, the city of Thebes shrouded in a darkness that felt almost alive, pulsing with dread like a creature waiting to pounce. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart racing, a storm of foreboding swirling around me. Shadows danced beneath the flickering torches, each flicker a reminder of the fragile thread between knowledge and ignorance. I remember the moment vividly, a scream echoing through the night, piercing the silence like a dagger. Oedipus stood at the center of it all, his face a mask of confusion and horror, as if the world had spun off its axis and left him stranded in a void. "Who am I? Who am I?" he cried, his voice a raw wound tearing through the night. Each repetition seemed to hang in the air, heavy with the weight of destiny. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the earth trembling with a truth too massive to comprehend, a truth that would turn the brightest sun into the darkest night. Fate had woven its tendrils tightly around him, squeezing until the marrow of his existence was exposed. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of recognition, the dawn of realization creeping in like an unwelcome dawn. His hands, once steady and sure, now trembled, fingers clawing at the air as if trying to grasp the remnants of a shattered dream. I was king, a hero. I saved this city. But at what cost? The bitterness in his voice lingered like the bitter taste of betrayal, a desolate echo of hopes turned to ash. I remember the feeling of despair that settled over the crowd, a collective breath held in anticipation of a truth that threatened to rip their lives apart. Then there was Jocasta, his wife, the woman woven into the very fabric of his fate. I remember her face, a portrait of anguish, eyes darting like a trapped bird, seeking refuge from a destiny she could neither escape nor understand. "Oedipus, please," she implored, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "Don't listen to the prophecies. They are riddles wrapped in shadows." But deep down, she knew the truth that loomed like a specter, whispering in the darkness. The very thing she tried to deny was clawing its way to the surface, and I watched as the light in her eyes flickered, a candle struggling against the wind. The tension was palpable, electric, as they faced each other across the chasm of their shared tragedy. I felt the ache in their hearts, a love forged in the fires of fate, now threatened by the flames of revelation. "You can't run from the past," Oedipus shouted, fury and sorrow mingling in his voice, a tempest of emotions crashing over them. "I am my father's son, I am the man the oracle foretold. I am the monster." The air felt thick, as if choking on the weight of his words. I wanted to reach out, to shake him from his despair, but what could I say? Every word seemed to bind him tighter, every revelation a chain that shackled him to the ground. And then the truth surfaced, a dark and terrible wave that crashed over them both. I remember the silence that followed, a void so profound it swallowed every breath. Jocasta's hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide, reflecting the horror of a knowledge too devastating to hold. "No. It can't be." Her denial was a fragile hope clinging to the edges of a nightmare, but the universe was deaf to her pleas. The fates had spun their thread, and it was too late to unravel it. I could see Oedipus crumbling, the weight of his lineage settling like a shroud over his shoulders. "Was there ever a choice?" he whispered, his voice barely audible, a ghost of the king he once was. "Or was it all written in the stars, a cosmic joke played by gods who revel in our suffering?" The bitterness of his words dripped like poison, mingling with the air, infecting all who stood by. I felt it too, that despair, the feeling of being trapped in a maze with no exit, the walls closing in, a monster lurking just beyond sight. In the distance, the clock struck midnight, the sound echoing like a heartbeat, steady, relentless, reminding us that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. I remember looking into the eyes of the onlookers, the citizens of Thebes, their faces frozen in horror, their hearts synchronized with the chaos unfolding before them. They were powerless, mere spectators to a tragedy that sucked the very breath from their lungs, a play scripted by fate, with no audience to applaud. Oedipus turned, his gaze searching for something, anything, to hold on to. What is freedom if we are bound by our blood? What is will if it is but a puppet dance in the hands of fate? Each question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, each syllable a stab to the heart. And yet, there was a glimmer, a flicker of defiance in the depths of his despair, a small spark that dared to question the very nature of existence itself. In that moment, the lines between fate and free will blurred, merging into an indistinguishable haze. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, whispering their secrets into the night. The past wasn't just a whisper, it was a cacophony, a haunting melody that played over and over, a reminder of choices made and paths taken. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder that the finale loomed closer with every breath. Oedipus, now standing at the precipice of despair, faced his truth like a gladiator awaiting his fate, heart pounding against the walls of his chest. What is a man if not defined by his choices? If my choices were stolen, then how do I reclaim what is mine? His voice rose, filled with anguish and anger, desperation clawing at his throat. The clash of emotions felt like a storm brewing on the horizon, ready to consume them both. Jocasta, eyes glistening with tears, stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. Our choices are ours to make, Oedipus. Even in the face of destiny, we can fight. We can love. We can choose. But the words felt fragile, like glass on the brink of shattering. The tension climbed, pulsing with an intensity that made the world around seem to fade, and in that moment, we were all caught in the web of their pain, the air heavy with unspoken fears and heart-wrenching truths. Time coiled tight, ready to unleash its fury, and I felt the world around us tremble, as if waiting for the inevitable collision of fate and free will, an explosion that would leave nothing but echoes and ashes. And still, I could hear the distant sound of a clock ticking, a relentless reminder that the end would come, whether we were ready or not. The clash of metal echoed like thunder in the night, a cacophony of chaos that rattled the very bones of the earth. I stood frozen, heart pounding, feeling the pulse of the battle thrumming through the air, each beat drenched in blood and fury. Shadows danced across the dimly lit courtyard, flickering like the memories that haunted me, memories of choices made, lives lost, and a war that seemed to stretch beyond the horizons of time. I remember the taste of iron on my tongue, the scent of smoke curling around me like a lover's embrace, intoxicating and suffocating all at once. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, loomed large in my mind, her presence palpable as she whispered strategies in my ear. But my resolve wavered, just like the flickering torches that struggled against the encroaching darkness. I could see him, Marcus, his armor glinting in the half-light, charging forward with that reckless fire that always terrified and thrilled me. His eyes were wild, alive with the kind of madness that only a true warrior could possess. I had seen him laugh, seen him revel in the chaos of battle, and yet, here he was, a tempest wrapped in flesh, fighting not just for victory, but for survival. "Do you see them?" he roared, voice cutting through the din like a blade. "They come for us. They think they can take what is ours." I remember how his words ignited something within me, a spark of defiance that burned against the chill of fear. I wanted to scream back, to rally the men and women who stood with us, but my throat felt tight, constricted by the weight of despair. The truth clawed at my insides. We were outnumbered, surrounded by shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. I could feel the ghosts of the fallen at my back, their silent screams clawing at my heart. I could feel their longing, their unfulfilled dreams lingering like the scent of damp earth after a storm. And then there was Elara, the healer, her hand stained with the remnants of battle. She moved with grace through the chaos, weaving between warriors and shadows, her voice a soothing balm against the raging storm. "Stay strong," she called, her words a lifeline thrown in turbulent waters. "Fight for those who cannot fight. Remember your purpose." I watched as she knelt beside a fallen soldier, her fingers trembling, but her spirit unyielding. She was a paradox, the epitome of strength wrapped in a fragile shell. Her eyes, pools of deep sorrow, spoke of battles fought within, battles of morality, of love, of desperation. I could see the conflict etched on her face, a desire to save, to heal, and yet the weight of inevitability pressing down like a leaden blanket. "Why do we fight?" I found myself whispering, my voice drowned in a surge of chaos. The question hung in the air, a spectre taunting me with its simplicity. But deep down, I knew the answer was far too complex for words. We fought for honor, for glory, for a fleeting notion of freedom. But did any of that matter when the ground beneath our feet was stained with the blood of our kin? Because we must. Marcus shouted, his voice a beacon in the dark. For Athena. For our future. I remember how his passion ignited something deep within me, a swirling maelstrom of hope and despair. It was a dangerous dance, this war between the heart and the mind. The rational part of me screamed to run, to hide within the shadows, while the fiery spirit that Marcus kindled within wanted to charge headlong into the fray, to feel the rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins like a wild river. And yet, even as the battle raged, there was a serenity in the chaos, a moment of eerie stillness where time seemed to stretch and warp, twisting like the tendrils of smoke curling upwards into the night sky. I could see the stars flickering above, indifferent to the bloodshed below, their cold light a reminder of how small we truly were in this grand tapestry of existence. I felt my heartbeat sync with the distant echoes of thunder, resonating with the drumbeats of war, a rhythmic reminder that life is fleeting, and in that fleetingness lay both beauty and tragedy. I stole a glance at Elara, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tended to the wounded, her hands trembling yet resolute. She was the embodiment of compassion in a world torn apart, a beacon of light in a chasm of darkness. I could see the weight of her choices etched in her features, each decision carving deeper lines into her soul. Every life she saved was a testament to her strength, yet every life lost was a dagger that twisted in her heart. Fight, Elara! I urged, my voice breaking against the tide of chaos. Fight for those who cannot. But I saw her hesitation, a flicker in her eyes that spoke volumes. She was not just fighting for our lives, she was fighting against the very essence of chaos that threatened to consume us all. I could feel her fear, a living, breathing entity that resonated in the air, palpable and suffocating. The weight of her responsibility hung heavy, like a shroud, as she turned from me, her resolve hardening into something fierce, something terrifying. Not for glory, she murmured, almost to herself, but for hope. For a chance to see the dawn again. I remember the moment stretching like a taut string, a breath held in anticipation. The world around us blurred, sounds muffled into a distant hum as I focused on the trio we formed, Marcus, Elara, and me. Each of us battling our own demons within the storm. Each of us teetering on the edge of something vast and ungraspable. In that heartbeat of silence, I felt it, a tidal wave of emotion crashing over me, threatening to pull me under. I saw the flicker of flames in Marcus's eyes, the determination etched in Elara's brow, and I knew we had to fight, not just for ourselves, but for each other, for the whispers of dreams yet unfulfilled, for the laughter of children yet to be born. In that moment, time ceased to exist, and all that remained was the raw, pulsating energy of the here and now. And as the chaos surged around us, like a wild beast ready to devour, I felt the very essence of Athena coursing through my veins, wisdom battling with warfare in a frantic dance of survival. I was no longer just a bystander in this conflict, I was a part of it, woven into the fabric of this nightmarish reality. With one last breath, I steeled myself, ready to face the storm. The battle raged on, a relentless tide, and in its fury, I found a flicker of clarity. We were not merely fighting for victory, we were fighting for the very essence of love, for the fragments of our souls that had become intertwined in this chaotic dance of fate. And in that fleeting moment, we became more than flesh and blood, we became echoes of hope, sentinels of a future yet to be written, under the watchful gaze of Athena, the goddess who would forever remind us of the power of wisdom amidst the ravages of war. The sky burned a furious red, the kind that ignites panic in the hearts of men. Lightning cracked overhead, a monstrous hand tearing at the fabric of the cosmos. Jason stood at the bow of the Argo, the wind clawing at his cloak, the salty spray of the sea mingling with the sweat on his brow. Tension coiled in his chest like a serpent ready to strike. The voyage had been plagued by whispers of betrayal, anguish, and loss. Each breath felt like a battle, a weighted reminder of the lives he carried on his shoulders. I remember the day we set out, he murmured, voice nearly lost to the roar of the storm. I remember the laughter, the bold promises beneath the sun's golden halo. But now, the world felt as if it was crumbling. Shadows loomed around him and his crew, his friends, each haunted by their own demons. The first among them was Hercules. Towering and unyielding, he was a titan forged in the fires of despair. But there was fragility in his eyes, a shadow that flickered like the flames of a dying hearth. What are we fighting for? Jason, he shouted through the tempest, fists clenched, each word a hammer against the walls of uncertainty. What if the Golden Fleece is just a ghost? A promise made to fools. Each syllable struck Jason like a dagger. It was true, the allure of the fleece felt like a distant star, twinkling just out of reach, promising salvation yet shrouded in darkness. They were all haunted by the specters of their pasts. Who was he to lead them? He felt the weight of his own inadequacy, a marionette tangled in strings of fate. Behind him, Atalanta, the fierce huntress, stood with her bow taut, every muscle in her body a coiled wire ready to spring forth. She had always been the fire in their hearts. We chase a dream, but dreams are built on ashes, Jason, she called, fierce and raw. What if we're just running in circles, chasing the ghosts of the heroes we hope to become? For a heartbeat, silence fell, as if the storm itself paused to listen. Jason could taste her fear, sharp and metallic on his tongue, cutting through the adrenaline that surged in his veins. Atalanta's vulnerability mirrored his own, two warriors standing at the edge of oblivion. I remember, he whispered, the frail hope in our laughter. I remember how, even in the darkest hours, we believed in the light. But that belief felt distant now, overshadowed by doubt. The ship rocked violently, almost tossed into the maw of the ocean. The waves roared like wild beasts, clamoring for their lives. It was a cacophony of chaos, a symphony of fear, rising and falling with the tide. Each crash against the hull felt like a countdown, a foreboding reminder that their time was slipping away, that the abyss awaited, hungry. Hercules gripped the rail, eyes wild. We can't let fear devour us, he shouted, a desperate rallying cry. The words ignited a spark in Jason, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching shadows. He turned, meeting the fierce gaze of Atalanta. We're more than this storm. We're the storm itself. Then we fight, she yelled back, a blaze in her heart. She had always been the lightning in their souls, the spark that ignited their will. We fight for each other. Jason felt a swell of emotion, a tide of loyalty that surged through him, threatening to drown out his doubts. But the storm didn't relent. It screamed and howled, a monstrous entity that wanted to consume them whole. Jason's heart raced as he raised his sword, its gleam reflecting the fury in the sky. Together, he roared, the sound echoing against the wind. Together, we carve our fate. The crew rallied, a chorus of defiance that rose above the tempest. They were more than mere men and women, they were a tempest of dreams, forged in fire and fear. The waves crashed against the ship, a malevolent force trying to tear them apart, but they stood united, shadows intertwined, hearts beating as one. In that moment, as the storm raged on, Jason knew that every challenge they faced was merely a reflection of the battles within. Hercules' doubts, Atalanta's fears, they were all threads in the intricate tapestry of their souls, weaving a story of resilience, of hope. But even amidst the roar of the storm, a chilling whisper lingered in the back of Jason's mind. What if the fleece was not just a prize, but a haunting specter, a reminder of all they had sacrificed? What if the true battle lay not against the forces of nature, but within the very fabric of their identities? They pressed forward, the wind howling like a banshee, the ship crashing through monstrous waves, their hearts pounding in a synchronized rhythm. Each heartbeat echoed the age-old question, what does it mean to be a hero when the shadows loom large? As the clouds thickened, Jason felt the chill seep into his bones. He turned back to his crew, each face lit with determination and fear, fierce yet fragile. The storm continued its assault, but they were no longer lost sailors. They were warriors, bound by the chaos of their dreams, fighting not just for the fleece, but for the light within themselves. And then, amid the relentless fury, a flicker of hope emerged. In the distance, a glimmer of gold danced upon the horizon, a beacon, a promise. But darkness lurked closer, just beyond the edge of perception, waiting, watching, whispering secrets that could unravel everything they fought for. In that fleeting moment, Jason's resolve hardened. They would face whatever specters awaited them, be it the crashing waves or the ghosts of their past. With one last rallying cry, Jason raised his sword, and they sailed forth, each heartbeat resonating through the storm, the weight of their fears and hopes shimmering in the space between breaths. The battle was only just beginning, a haunting symphony echoing through the night as they charged into the unknown, a relentless tide of courage against the encroaching darkness. The wind howled like a banshee, slicing through the night as if it yearned for the blood of the brave. Jason stood at the precipice, the jagged rocks beneath him a cruel reminder that fate had woven its tapestry of chaos. The ship, the Argo, creaked restlessly behind him, its wooden bones whispering secrets of journeys past, while the dark sea churned like a beast too restless to sleep. A storm was brewing, not just in the blackened sky but in his heart, heavy with the weight of his choices, the promises made, the lives at stake. I remember the warmth of the sun on my face, a distant memory, flickering like a candle in the wind. Now, darkness loomed like a shroud, and every shadow felt alive, taunting him with the specters of doubt and despair. Above, the moon hung like a watchful eye, cold and indifferent, a reminder of the gods' fickle nature. He could almost hear them chuckling at his folly. "Jason," a voice whispered behind him, breaking the tension like glass shattering against stone. Medea emerged from the shadows, her presence a blend of allure and danger, like a storm about to break. "Are you ready to face what lies ahead?" There was a fierceness in her gaze, a flame that ignited something deep within him, but also a tempest of fear, the kind that gnawed at your insides, questioning everything you thought you knew. "I have no choice, do I?" He forced the words out, each one tasting like ash. "This quest, it's a burden I can't escape." Her eyes sparked with something electric, a haunting mix of love and betrayal. "You think this is just about the fleece?" "It's not. It's about us, about proving you're worthy of my trust. How can you lead if you don't even believe in yourself?" The weight of her stare was suffocating, like the water threatening to pull him down into its depths. "I remember when I thought bravery was enough," he murmured, recalling the naive dreams of youth, the laughter shared in sunlight, the innocence of their laughter echoing through the halls of his mind. "But courage without purpose is madness, and I'm drowning in it." Medea stepped closer, her presence a flickering candle in the overwhelming darkness. "We will face the trials together. You are not alone. Do you hear me?" Her voice thrummed with urgency, but underneath lay a tremor of uncertainty. It was as if she were grasping at the very fabric of their fate, and Jason could feel the connection between them pulse and wane like the tides. Suddenly, a distant howl echoed through the night, a piercing cry that sent chills racing down his spine. The harpies were coming. The creatures, wretched and beautiful, swept across the heavens with wings that beat like drums in a funeral procession. They would come for what they desired, and they never left empty-handed. Jason's heart thundered, each beat a reminder of the stakes at hand. "Stay close," he said, the command heavy with an authority he didn't feel. He turned to the crew, faces pale with fear but eyes ignited with the fire of loyalty. "We must be swift. The fleece lies at the end of this madness, and with it, our salvation." As they plunged into the forest, shadows danced like phantoms around them, whispering tales of despair. The air thickened with tension, a palpable weight that clung to their skin, reminding them of the dangers lurking just beyond the light. The trees loomed overhead like ancient guardians, their gnarled branches reaching for something they could never grasp. I remember the taste of sweat on my lips, the fear mingling with determination. "I won't let them take you," I thought, glancing at Medea, who moved like a shadow beside me. But even as I said it, the doubt crawled in, gnawing at my resolve. What if I failed? What if my quest for glory led to ruin? The first harpy swooped down, its scream piercing the night like a dagger. The crew scattered, hearts racing, terror tangible in the air. Jason fought through the chaos, adrenaline coursing through his veins, every instinct screaming to survive. He could see the creature's eyes, wild and hungry, and in that moment, he understood, it was not just a battle for the fleece, it was a battle for their very souls. "Fight!" Medea shouted, her voice a beacon amid the storm. "Remember who you are." Her words ignited a fire within him, a reminder of the bond they shared, each heartbeat resonating with purpose. Jason felt the pulse of the cosmos in that moment, time stretched, the world around him blurring into a kaleidoscope of urgency and resolve. With a surge of strength, he brandished his sword, the blade glinting in the moonlight, a promise of protection. He charged at the harpy, the creature shrieking as it came within reach. And in that heartbeat of collision, fear morphed into clarity. He was not just fighting for glory, but for love, for redemption, for the very essence of what made them human. As the harpy fell, silence enveloped them, heavy and suffocating. The other stood frozen, the reality of their triumph settling like a weight in the pit of his stomach. But relief was fleeting, a mere illusion. The night was far from over, and the quest had only just begun. "Do you see?" Medea breathed, her voice trembling but fierce. "We are stronger than we believe. Together, we can conquer anything." Her hand found his, fingers intertwining, a lifeline in a world gone mad. But even as their strength grew, Jason felt the darkness whispering in the corners of his mind, shadows that threatened to unravel the very fabric of his resolve. What if this is just the beginning? The question loomed like a ghost, haunting his thoughts. "I don't care what comes next," he replied, squeezing her hand tighter. "We will face it together, or not at all." The words hung in the air, heavy with a promise yet to be fulfilled. And so they pressed on, the echoes of their fears trailing behind them, a reminder of the trials yet to come. The quest for the Golden Fleece was a tempest, a wild storm of ambition and heartache, and with each step, they felt the winds of fate shift around them, pushing them toward an uncertain horizon, where love could either save or destroy them. A heartbeat echoes in the silence, a drumroll of dread that reverberates off the ancient stones of a crumbling palace. I stand at the threshold, the air thick with the weight of betrayal, suffocating and cloying. Shadows flicker like restless spirits, whispering secrets of love turned to ash. I remember the warmth of Jason's embrace, a fleeting glow in the coldness of fate. How could such a fire burn so brightly only to leave me in the dark? Medea stands in the dim light, her gaze a storm, intense, swirling. She clutches a dagger, its blade glistening with the promise of vengeance. Every drop of her heart screams in agony, thrumming with the rhythm of a love that twisted into a noose around her soul. Jason! Ah, Jason! The name is a soft echo, a painful lullaby. He betrayed her, abandoning their fierce bond for the hollow allure of a crown, a new life spun from golden threads of deceit. The mere thought of his smile being shared with another cuts deeper than any blade. In the corner of the room, a child's laughter, a haunting reminder of what innocence once flourished in a garden of passion. I remember how it felt, the joy of shared dreams, the promises that danced on the tips of their tongues. But now, that laughter is a cruel spectre, a mockery of the life she had envisioned. The echoes of their child's laughter twist into a cacophony of screams. The image of Jason's new bride, radiant and untainted, invades her mind like a ghost refusing to leave. Medea's breath quickens, a fragile bird caught in a tempest. She moves like a wraith, fluid and haunting, every step a testament to her resolve. The dagger trembles in her hand, a reflection of her torment. "How could you, Jason?" The words crash like waves against the rocky shores of her heart, breaking and spilling into the void. "How could you betray me?" Her voice, though soft, carries the weight of mountains. And then he appears, Jason, with his swagger, his arrogance wrapped in a facade of charm. He doesn't see the storm brewing in her eyes, he sees only the remnants of a love he once cherished. "Medea, we can fix this," he pleads, the desperation in his voice laced with the arrogance of a man who believes he can mend what he has shattered. "We can find a way back to each other." But her heart, once a vibrant tapestry of hope, is now frayed and tattered. "Fix it," she whispers, almost as if tasting the word, letting its bitterness roll over her tongue. "You cannot fix betrayal, Jason. You stole my future. You stole my trust." Each word is a needle, stitching her pain into the fabric of the night. I remember the moment she realized love was a game, a cruel, twisted game where the stakes are life and death. The betrayal is a poison running through her veins, and she is no longer a pawn in someone else's story. She is the architect of her own fate, the harbinger of her own justice. The air is electric, crackling with the imminent explosion of raw emotion and unfathomable rage. Outside, the moon hangs low, a silver witness to the unfolding tragedy. Its light spills into the room, illuminating the chaos of emotions that swirl like a tempest. Medea's fingers tighten around the dagger, her resolve crystallizing. She is caught in a web of memories, their laughter, the warmth of their child's hug, the scent of his skin. Each memory is a shard of glass that slices deeper into her heart. You think you can walk away untouched, she hisses, the venom in her voice seeping into the air. You think I will allow you to forget? Time stands still, a heartbeat echoing in the vast emptiness between them. The weight of their shared history hangs in the air, a palpable entity that binds them, even in this moment of betrayal. Jason's bravado falters, the mask slipping to reveal the fear lurking beneath. Media, don't do this. We can figure something out. We can, but before he can finish, the air shifts, heavy with the knowledge of what is coming. She steps closer, the dagger glinting ominously in the moonlight, a siren's call to the darkness that has consumed her. I remember everything, she murmurs, not just to him but to the shadows that have witnessed their love transform into a nightmare. I remember the vows you made, the promises that twisted like vines around my heart. You made me a monster, Jason. You turned love into an executioner. As she raises the dagger, the world seems to hold its breath, suspended in time. The blade reflects not just the moonlight but the shattered remnants of a once pure love. Medea is not just a woman scorned, she is an embodiment of fury, a tempest fueled by betrayal and heartbreak. It is as if the cosmos itself pauses, watching, waiting, as the dance of love, betrayal, and revenge unfolds in this dimly lit room. And then, in that chilling silence, she feels it, the weight of her choices, the gravity of her heartbreak. The world outside continues its spin, oblivious to the cataclysm that is about to erupt within these walls. The air thickens, the tension crackling like lightning in a storm. A final heartbeat, a breath held too long, and she plunges into the depths of her own darkness, a testament to the madness that love can breed. This moment, this choice, will echo through the ages, a haunting reminder of the fragility of trust and the consuming fire of revenge. And as the blade descends, time shatters, spilling into the void, leaving nothing but the aftermath of a storm. The candle flickers, shadows dancing wildly, and in the silence, we are left with the echoes of pain, an indelible mark on the fabric of fate. The clang of metal against metal echoes in the cavern, a jarring prelude to dread that claws at the throat. Shadows flicker like uninvited thoughts, twisting along the damp, jagged walls. I stand there, breath frozen in my chest, heart a relentless drum, waiting for fate to unfold. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, fear, a miasma that clings like a second skin. Perseus grips his sword so tightly that knuckles whiten, a soldier on the brink of battle, yet doubt gnaws at the edges of his resolve. The weight of destiny rests heavy on his shoulders. What if I fail? He mutters, the words a fragile whisper, swallowed by the darkness. His eyes, bright with ambition, betray a flicker of terror. He is young, too young, yet time is a cruel master, and the oracle's words play like a haunting melody in his mind, the Gorgon must die, or his mother will suffer the consequences. He can almost hear her voice, a melodic echo from another life, sweet like honey, laced with the bitterness of impending doom. Then there's Danae, hidden away in a cage of golden bars, a prisoner of fate, her heart aching with helplessness. Every moment, she fears the sound of Perseus's footsteps. If he falls, she thinks, a chilling thought that sends shivers down her spine, I will lose him forever. She remembers his laughter, the way it danced through the air like sunlight, illuminating the dark corners of her soul. But now, the laughter feels distant, an echo slowly fading into the abyss. Perseus! She calls out, her voice trembling, yet filled with an urgency that pierces through the shadows. You don't have to do this. We can find another way. Desperation clings to her, a vine wrapping tighter around her heart. She's seen too many lives turned to stone, too many hopes crushed beneath the weight of her own fate. But the hero spirit is wild, reckless. There is no other way, he replies, his voice a low growl, the sword glinting ominously in the half-light. His resolve feels like a fragile thread, straining under the weight of a world that expects so much. He steps deeper into the cave, where darkness breathes, where silence shrieks, and dread lingers like an unwelcome guest. Each step feels like a countdown, each heartbeat a reminder that he will soon meet the creature who turns men to stone, a guardian of nightmares. I remember the legends, how they say the Gorgons are more than monsters, they are a reflection of our deepest fears. the shadows we carry within. The caverns twist and turn like the labyrinth of the mind, echoing the screams of lost souls who dared tread here before. The air thickens, and Perseus pauses, a shudder racing down his spine. "Stay strong," he murmurs to himself, although his heart is a wild animal, thrashing against the cage of his ribs. "For mother." The word tastes bitter. He can feel the weight of her love pressing down, the knowledge that her safety hinges upon his actions, and that knowledge is both a blessing and a curse. And then, the silence shatters. It rolls in like a tide, viscous and unforgiving. A slithering hiss fills his ears, a sound that curdles the blood, as if the very darkness has come alive. From the shadows emerges the Gorgon, scales glistening like shattered glass, eyes glinting with a malevolence that could freeze a heart. The air is electric, thick with an ancient magic that thrums in his ears. "Foolish boy," she hisses, a voice dripping with disdain, "do you think you can conquer me? I am the echo of their fears, the nightmare that haunts their sleep." Her hair, a writhing mass of serpents, twists and curls, each movement a hypnotic dance that threatens to ensnare him. Perseus feels the weight of her gaze, the promise of death glinting like a dagger. "I'm not afraid of you," he shouts, though his voice trembles, revealing the fissures in his facade. The sword in his hand feels heavier, a reminder of the burden he carries. He steels himself, gathers the remnants of his courage as if it were a fragile flame flickering against the storm. But Danae's voice echoes in the recesses of his mind, urging him to remember love, to remember what he fights for. "I will not become a statue," he promises her silently. "I will not let your darkness claim me." He recalls their shared laughter, the warmth of her embrace, and something stirs within him, a surge of defiance. With a primal roar, he lunges forward, the sword slicing through the air, a glimmer of silver insanity. The Gorgon's laughter is a chilling melody that reverberates against the stone walls. "You think you can kill me? You are but a child." And yet, in that moment, he is more than a child. He is hope, passion, and fear all braided into one. The world stops, time folds in on itself like a worn tapestry unraveling at the seams. He swings the blade, the steel glimmering against the darkness, a silver star in a void that begs to consume him. In the chaos, he catches a glimpse of her face, the Gorgon's eyes shifting, the fear hidden beneath layers of bitterness. Just a moment, a flicker, and he feels her sorrow, a deep loneliness that resonates within him. Love twisted into hatred, a heart turned to stone by betrayal. "Stop," he screams, desperation crackling in the air like thunder. But the Gorgon is unyielding, and the abyss yawns wide, ready to swallow him whole. He dodges, evades, heart racing, every beat a testament to his humanity, a reminder that he is alive, that he loves, that he fears. The sword strikes true, piercing through scales and skin, but in that instant, he remembers, she, too, is a victim of fate. The blade finds its home, and the world blurs, shadows dancing around him, but he knows, deep down, that the Gorgon is not the true enemy. It's the fear, the desperation, the sorrow that binds them all. And as the dark begins to recede, leaving remnants of light trailing behind, I stand there, heart pounding, breath shallow, fully immersed in the chaos. The echoes of battle linger, and the line between hero and monster fades, leaving only the haunting realization that each victory comes with a shadow. And in that suspended moment, the heartache of a world left behind stirs, promising that the darkness is never truly defeated. The air hung thick with tension, a palpable electric charge that crackled in the stillness. I remember the moment the Nemean lion let out its first roar, a sound like an earthquake, shattering the silence of that cursed valley. It wasn't just a growl, it was a promise of death, a declaration of war, a reminder that the line between life and oblivion is as thin as a spider's silk. The trees shuddered, leaves trembling like souls in distress, and I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, feeling the weight of fate pressing down on my shoulders. Hercules, the demigod, the man burdened with the weight of his own bloodline, was not just a hero. He was a human wrapped in layers of grief, anger, and a desperate need for redemption. His eyes, stormy as thunderclouds, glinted with both determination and despair. He moved forward, muscles taut, every sinew in his body screaming with the anticipation of battle. I could feel the anguish radiating from him, a man whose very existence was a punishment, a labyrinth of impossible tasks and monstrous foes. I remember how he clenched his fists, knuckles white, every breath a silent prayer to the gods who had twisted his fate into a cruel jest. Then there was Iolaus, the loyal cousin, a flicker of hope in the darkness. But hope can be a double-edged sword. Iolaus clung to his optimism as if it were a lifeline, the boy in a stormy sea, but even he knew how fragile that hope was. "You have to be careful, Hercules," he shouted, his voice laced with urgency. "This lion, this beast, is no mere animal. It wears the skin of invincibility." His words hung in the air like an omen, a warning to a man who had faced the worst the world could unleash. The lion emerged from the shadows, a mass of sinewy muscle and glistening fur, its eyes burning with a primal fury, a deep-rooted rage that seemed to echo with the cries of unnumbered souls. The world fell away, leaving only the two of them, Hercules and his monstrous opponent. Each moment stretched like a taut bowstring, the tension ready to snap. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of inevitability. Time slowed as Hercules lunged, muscles coiling, like a predator seeking its prey. I remember the clash, the way the air rippled under the weight of their fury. It was a dance of life and death, each movement filled with the raw, visceral energy of survival. The lion struck, its claws slicing the air, a blur of gold and shadow, and Hercules countered, parrying with an intensity that made the ground quake. His heart beat a war drum in his chest, a reminder of all he had lost, all he fought for. I could see the conflict raging inside him, a tempest of doubt and fear battling against his indomitable spirit. Would he become a monster too, in his quest for glory? Or would he rise a true hero, redeeming not just himself but the world that had cast him aside? With each strike, Iolaus shouted encouragement, but I saw the fear flickering in his eyes like a dying ember. The specter of failure haunted their every move. I remember the moment Hercules found his rhythm, the world fading away as he became a blur of determination. He roared back against the lion, a defiance that echoed through the valley. But the lion was relentless, a creature forged from nightmares, embodying every fear, every regret that haunted Hercules. The smell of sweat and blood mingled in the air, the metallic tang a reminder of mortality, of the stakes at hand. The battle raged on, an unending cycle of violence and valor. I could feel the rhythm of their struggle vibrating through my bones, each impact a reminder of our own fragility. There was something beautiful in the chaos, a dark grace that intertwined with the horror. Hercules finally found an opening, a glimpse of vulnerability in the creature, and in that fleeting moment, he struck. The lion fell, a thunderous crash that sent tremors through the earth, yet the victory felt as hollow as a forgotten dream. But his labors were far from over. I remember the cold grip of dread that settled over the horizon, whispering promises of worse to come. The Hydra awaited, a wretched beast of countless heads, a monster with the power to regenerate, a symbol of endless pain and suffering. Iolaus raised a torch, its flame flickering in the darkness, casting shadows that danced like the ghosts of those who had perished before. Together, he urged, the word a fragile bond, an echo of hope amidst despair. The battle against the Hydra felt like an eternity, each head severed only to regrow another, a grotesque cycle that mirrored the heartache of their journey. Hercules fought with a fury fueled by desperation, but every victory felt tainted, a reminder that he was fighting not just the beasts before him but the demons within. I could see the weariness in his eyes, the flickering flame of hope battling against an encroaching darkness. But in the end, it was not just the monsters they fought. It was the weight of expectations, the ghosts of past failures that threatened to swallow them whole. Hercules had become a living testament to the struggle of humanity, a flawed hero grappling with the burden of his own legend. And then came Cerberus, the embodiment of every fear they had faced, a creature that guarded not just the underworld but the shadows of their own hearts. "This is it," Iolaus whispered, dread coating his words. The sense of inevitability wrapped around them like heavy fog, a suffocating presence. I remember the chill in the air, a reminder of the ultimate confrontation, each heartbeat echoing like a funeral dirge. Hercules stood tall, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the uncertainty lurking behind his bravado. He was not merely fighting a monster, he was confronting his own mortality, the ghosts of his past, the weight of every labor yet to come. The The shadows loomed large around them, the darkness whispering promises of despair. It was a moment suspended in time, an eternal heartbeat that echoed through the cosmos. The struggle was not just against the beasts of legend, but against a fate that felt predestined, unyielding. I could feel the cold breath of the underworld brushing against their skin, the scent of decay mingling with the sweet perfume of hope. The clock ticked louder, each tick a reminder that the end was drawing near, and the weight of their emotions threatened to overwhelm. In this moment, amidst the chaos of fear, courage flickered like a fragile flame against the night. Hercules took a breath, deep and shuddering, and I realized that this was not just his battle, it was ours too. Each labor echoed through our lives, a reflection of our own struggles, our own demons. The labors of Hercules were a reminder that we all carry our own burdens, that the fight against darkness is the essence of existence itself. There, in that heart-stopping instant, we all stood at the precipice, not merely watching a hero's journey but living it, feeling the weight of every labor, every heartbeat, every breath. The struggle continues, an unending cycle of pain and hope, of monsters and men, of darkness and light. The story doesn't end, it spirals into the abyss of what comes next, a haunting echo that reverberates through the ages. The moon hung like a ghost in the sky, a pale witness to the chaos unraveling below. I was there, trembling in the shadows of an ancient forest, limbs heavy with the weight of despair. Each breath felt like a sin, a reminder of the distance between dreams and reality. The night was alive with whispers, branches scratching against each other like fingernails on glass, a symphony of secrets clawing at the edges of silence. I could hear them, her laughter, his anger, the brittle sound of beauty breaking. I remember when Narcissus first graced the glade, his presence a spark igniting the very air around him. He was mesmerizing, a fleeting star caught between worlds, his face a perfect reflection of desire. But beauty, oh, beauty has its price, an insatiable hunger that gnaws at the heart and twists the mind. I stood there, paralyzed, feeling the magnetic pull of his gaze. It was intoxicating, a silken thread weaving through my soul, but beneath it lay a dark undercurrent, a promise of doom wrapped in the allure of perfection. Then came Echo, her voice hauntingly sweet, a lingering melody that danced in the night's embrace. She had loved him fiercely, her devotion like a flame, burning brightly yet fatally. I watched her as she stepped into the clearing, a ghost of herself, shadows clinging to her like a second skin. Narcissus, she whispered, the name escaping her lips in a breathless sigh, a prayer, and a plea. But he was oblivious, lost in the mirror of his own reflection, entranced by the flawless visage that stared back at him. "You're beautiful," I whispered, not to him but to her, hoping to shatter the spell that tethered her heart to his. But the words fell like stones into the abyss, swallowed by the chasm of despair surrounding us. She turned toward me, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and in that moment, I saw the truth: beauty had stripped her of substance. She was a wisp of smoke, a memory of laughter drifting on the wind. I remember the desperation in her voice, the way it cracked like ice underfoot. Why can't he see me? The question hung in the air, thick with anguish, and I felt it pierce through my own heart. Her pain was palpable, a living thing reaching out, begging for recognition. But Narcissus, poor boy, was entrapped in the web of his own making, tangled in the silken threads of self-admiration. Time felt slippery, like sand cascading through clenched fingers, each grain a moment lost, a hope surrendered. I watched as Echo's reflection in the water twisted and writhed, her love morphing into an echo of madness. The stillness of the lake mirrored her turmoil, a chaotic beauty that broke my heart into jagged pieces. And all the while, Narcissus lingered there, oblivious to the storm raging around him, to the shattered dreams pooling at our feet. "Look at her," I cried, desperation clawing at my throat, the words spilling out in a rush. "Look beyond your reflection. She's dying for you." But there was no shift in his gaze, no flicker of realization. His world was a lens focusing solely on himself, and therein lay the tragedy, a beauty so profound it blinded him to the love that surrounded him. The moonlight wove through the trees, casting eerie shadows that danced, mocking the tension in the air. I could feel the weight of memory pressing down, suffocating in its intensity. Echo, with her heart draped in sorrow, took a step closer to the water. She was a moth drawn to the flame, and I could only watch in horror as she reached out, fingertips brushing the surface, ripples distorting her reflection. "Please," she murmured, her voice trembling like a candle flickering in the dark. If only he could hear me, but her words fell silent, swallowed by the churning waters, a futile wish cast into the void. I wanted to scream, to shake her from this spell, but the weight of despair held me fast, a heavy cloak of inevitability wrapping around my shoulders. Then came the moment, the heartbeat before the plunge. Narcissus turned, his eyes finally tearing away from the mirror of his existence. But there was no recognition, no glimmers of understanding illuminating the darkness. Instead, he merely frowned, as if she were a fleeting shadow in the corner of his eye. "What do you want?" he spat, venom dripping from his voice. A blade cut through the night, sharp and jagged, and I felt her heart shatter like glass. "Don't you see?" I shouted, my own voice raw, echoing the anguish that filled the air. "Beauty is nothing without love." But my words were lost, drowned by the cacophony of his arrogance. Narcissus stepped back, eyes narrowing, as if the very notion of love was an affront to his perfect world. In that instant, all the darkness rushed in, a tidal wave of despair crashing against the shores of our fragile hopes. Echo fell to her knees, hands gripping the earth as if to anchor herself to reality, but the reality was a cruel mistress. Narcissus turned away again, blinded by his own reflection, and in that moment, the forest held its breath. I remember the stillness that followed, a chasm opening beneath us, inviting us to leap into the abyss. There, in the depths of despair, Echo's voice rose once more, a fragile whisper that carried the weight of 1,000 broken hearts. "You will regret this, you will regret not seeing me." Her words spiraled into the night like a prayer, a haunting echo that clawed at my soul. In that moment, beauty and reflection intertwined, a dance of shadows and light, of love and loss. The world trembled on the brink of something unimaginable, and the moon bore witness to it all, suspended in time, a silent observer of our tragedy. And as I closed my eyes, I felt the darkness envelop me, a shroud of sorrow wrapping around my heart. This was the myth of Narcissus, a tale of beauty that turned to madness, of love that twisted into loss. I stood there, aching to reach out, to bridge the chasm between us, but the reflection held us captive, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of despair. And as the night deepened, I knew this wasn't an ending, but an eternal loop, an unbroken cycle where beauty remained a reflection of the heart, forever untouched, forever lost. I remember the silence before the storm, that pregnant pause where every heartbeat echoed in the stillness of the palace. Shadows draped over the marble columns like whispers of ancient secrets, and in the dark corners of the room, lurking phantoms of desires long buried stirred restlessly. The air was thick, almost suffocating, heavy with the scent of blooming nightshade and secrets. Phaedra stood at the edge of despair, clutching her heart as if it might shatter into 1,000 pieces right there, on the cold stone floor. Her hands trembled, a haunting rhythm that matched the frantic beat of her thoughts. She was a queen once revered, enveloped in silken gowns and the sharp glimmer of jewels, yet here she was, trapped in a cage of her own making. The very walls of the palace closed in around her, a prison that echoed her wretched love, a love that was treasonous, a love that clawed at her soul. "Hippolytus," she breathed, his name a ghost on her lips, tender yet treacherous. With each whispered syllable, the weight of her desire pressed heavier against her chest. She should have been the embodiment of loyalty, of honor, but love had twisted her heart into something dark and desperate. It was a fire that burned brighter in the shadows, consuming her with a ferocity that threatened to devour her whole. The clock ticked mercilessly, each second a reminder of time slipping through her fingers like sand. The night crept on, and the moon, that cruel overseer, poured its silver light into the chamber, illuminating her anguish. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful cry that matched her own spiraling despair. She was alone, perched on the precipice of ruin, and the abyss beneath beckoned her with open arms. And then he entered, Hippolytus, striking and unyielding, a man sculpted by the gods with the grace of a stag and the heart of a warrior. The sight of him sent shockwaves through her, a jolt of raw energy that ignited the dormant embers of her passion. But there, in his piercing gaze, she saw the reflection of her own torment. He was the very embodiment of everything she shouldn't want, noble, virtuous, untouched by the darkness that clung to her like a shroud. "I cannot," he said, a whisper lost in the storm of their desires. I cannot be what you seek. His voice was steady, but it was laced with a tremor, a crack that betrayed the turmoil within. He turned away, a rejection that felt like a blade slicing through her fragile heart. Cannot. The word slipped from her lips like a plea, desperate and raw. But you are everything. The truth hung in the air, heavy and undeniable, yet in his eyes, she saw the walls of resolve rising higher. He was a fortress against her storm, and every inch he stepped back felt like a dagger to her soul. I remember when love was simple, she said, a bitter laugh escaping her throat. When it was a dance, a melody in the moonlight. The memories flooded her, laughter echoing in the gardens, stolen glances across banquet halls, moments where the world faded away, and only they existed. But those memories twisted in her mind, morphing into ghosts of what could never be. Now it is a battlefield, and I am the one left standing alone. A flicker of something, fear, crossed his face. Phaedra, this is madness. You cannot want me. I am everything, she interrupted, her voice rising, raw and fierce. Everything I cannot have. The tears streamed down her cheeks, hot and unrelenting, a river of despair pooling at their feet. In that moment, the world outside faded away, and it was just them, two souls entwined in a web of unspoken truths. But desire is a reckless beast, and the shadows that danced around them whispered insidiously, taunting her with their forbidden love. She reached for him, fingers trembling, yearning to bridge the chasm of denial that yawned between them. What is love if not madness? What is desire if not a wild storm? She stepped closer, desperation igniting the air. Can't you feel it? We are caught in a tempest, and I am lost without you. Hippolytus flinched, his heart battling against the chains of duty and honor that bound him. I am not the one to save you, he whispered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. It was a mantra, a desperate prayer against the tide of passion that threatened to drag them both under. Outside, the night raged on, and the world continued to spin, indifferent to their plight. In the distance, thunder rolled, a warning of the storm to come, of the calamity that waited just beyond the threshold of their longing. She was a tempest, he a calm sea, and the inevitable clash would unleash chaos. Phaedra's heart shattered with each word, each glance. She felt her sanity fraying, unraveling like the threads of her gown, trailing behind her like the remnants of a life once filled with light. What if I am willing to burn, she cried, the words spilling from her lips like molten lava. What if my love is a fire that consumes all in its path? He faltered, and for a fleeting moment, she saw the flicker of hope in his eyes, a glimmer of something that echoed her own desperation. But it was gone as quickly as it came, doused by the icy grip of reason. You cannot choose this path, he warned, the shadows of their fate looming large. It leads only to ruin. Ruin, she echoed, voice trembling. Isn't that the very essence of love? She stepped forward, crossing the invisible line drawn by honor, by duty, by the weight of expectations. To love is to risk everything, to lay your soul bare and dance with destruction. As she spoke, the air crackled with tension, the storm closing in around them, and Hippolytus stood like a statue, still and unyielding, yet she could see the storm in his eyes, an answer waiting to be unleashed, a truth he feared more than death itself. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, passion and pain, desire and despair, the fragile thread of sanity twisting tighter with every heartbeat. And then the world exploded. The loom stood tall, a gnarled tree in the heart of a storm, threads like lightning ready to strike. I remember that moment, the air thick with tension, the chill that crept down my spine, a whisper echoing through the room, hubris has entered. Arachne, fierce and radiant, her hands danced over the fibers like a caress, weaving magnificence. The tapestry sang with colors so vivid they seemed to breathe, but even in that brilliance, shadows lurked. Her laughter echoed, a melody that cracked the air. Look at my work. Look at the glory. The villagers gasped, awestruck and envious. I remember the way their eyes gleamed, a mix of admiration and something darker, fear. Arachne was no simple weaver, she was a goddess wrapped in flesh, and the gods had begun to notice. In the corner, Minos watched, his face a mask of resentment and longing, a fever burning in his chest. He had loved her once, in a time when their laughter filled quiet nights, when she was not the center of a storm but the light in it. Now, that light was searing, blinding him, reminding him of what he could never have. "You're playing with fate, Arachne," he shouted, his voice cracking like thunder, but she only grinned wider, a warrior in her craft, too proud to notice the gathering clouds. But I, in my corner, felt the wind shift. I remember the stories whispered to children, tales of gods and mortals tangled in webs of fate. I remember the moment Arachne turned to the heavens, a challenge burning in her gaze. "I am better than you, Athena," she declared, her voice a war cry against the gods, inviting destruction. Athena, the goddess herself, watched from the shadows, a figure draped in wisdom and fury. In her silent rage, she saw Arachne's talent, her arrogance, a reflection of her youth, so raw, so unyielding. I could almost feel the pulse of the cosmos, the heartbeat of the universe, drawing tighter as the threads of fate wove together, a tapestry of doom. I could see it all unfold like a nightmare caught in the web of a spider. Arachne, with her brilliance, was a candle flickering against an oncoming storm, and Athena, patient and resolute, stood ready to snuff it out. "Let's weave," Athena said, her voice smooth yet sharp, like glass. "Let's see who truly deserves the title of master." The loom began to whir, an ominous sound, a heartbeat quickening in my chest. Arachne's fingers trembled with anticipation, and for a moment, I thought she might falter. Just for a moment. But her pride surged, pushing her forward like a raging river. The threads flew, interlacing in a furious dance. I remember the hush that fell over us, the villagers breathing in unison, hearts thudding in the electric air, watching two titans of talent clash. Each stroke of Arachne's hand was a declaration of war, a manifesto against the gods. She wove her past, the joy, the laughter, but threaded throughout was a stark reminder of her humanity, the flaws she wore like badges. She crafted scenes of divine folly, gods caught in their own traps, foolish and cruel. I could almost taste the bitterness of her triumph. It hung in the room like smoke, intoxicating yet suffocating. But Athena wove something different. Each thread was steeped in ancient knowledge, the scent of the cosmos wrapped around her tapestry like a shroud. She spun stories of humility and grace, of the beauty in acceptance, the strength in surrender. The air vibrated with the weight of it, a reminder of the fragile balance that kept existence from unraveling. And then it happened. Arachne, blinded by her ambition, reached into the very fabric of fate, tearing at the seams. The world held its breath, and in that breath was the lingering taste of inevitability. "Why should I bow to your wisdom?" she shouted, fury spilling from her lips like poison. But as her fingers moved, with each stitch, the tension grew. The shadows thickened, the stars above seemed to blink in warning. With a final flourish, Arachne completed her tapestry, and the room erupted in silence, the weight of her hubris settling in like a fog. Athena stepped back, her expression unreadable. Arachne's heart raced. She had defied a goddess, and for a fleeting moment, she tasted glory. But glory is a fickle friend, and the taste soon soured. Athena, her face a storm cloud, raised her hand. The loom trembled, the threads twisted and pulled, a cacophony of light and dark merging into chaos. I felt myself lean forward, my heart racing, knowing that the moment was at hand, the reckoning would not be gentle. "Your punishment shall be your art," Athena declared, her voice like a bell tolling in the night. "You shall become what you weave." Arachne's eyes widened, a flash of fear cutting through her defiance. The loom glowed, threads coiling around her, binding tighter and tighter, and I remember the horror on her face as she realized the price of her pride. I wanted to scream, to reach out and pull her back from the edge, but I was paralyzed by the weight of the moment, the undeniable truth that echoed through the air: hubris is always punished, and the gods are never merciful. As the threads enveloped her, the room dimmed, and I could feel the air shift, the very essence of Arachne slipping through the cracks of reality. No longer did she stand tall, her form shrank, transformed, twisted into something both beautiful and tragic. The loom had claimed her, woven her into the very fabric she had once held dominion over. And in that moment, as her screams turned to silence, I felt the world shift beneath me. The shadows deepened, and I stood, frozen, in the echo of her laughter, now a haunting melody that would linger in the corners of my mind. Arachne was no longer just a weaver, she had become a part of her own creation, a symbol of pride consumed by the very thread she cherished. In the silence that followed, I realized I was witnessing more than a transformation. It was a warning, a reminder of the precarious dance we all engage in, between ambition and humility, dreams and nightmares. And as the tension thickened, it became clear, this was not an ending, but a beginning, the start of a new cycle, a story woven into the very fabric of time and fate, echoing through the corridors of history. The clock ticked, a relentless metronome counting down the final moments of fate. Shadows stretched across the dimly lit room, weaving a tapestry of uncertainty. In the heart of that murky silence, Elena stood, breath hitching in her throat, her fingers trembling above the delicate strands of shimmering thread that hung like the very fabric of existence itself. Each thread, a life. Each knot, a choice. A single slip could unravel everything. "I can't do this, I can't," she whispered, her voice barely a ghost of sound against the oppressive walls. She could feel the weight of the universe pressing down, an unbearable heaviness that wrapped around her heart like a vice. The air crackled, thick with tension, as she stared into the abyss of choices laid before her, choices she never wanted to make, choices that would change lives forever. Across the room, Marcus watched her, his heart pounding like a war drum, the rhythm fueling an urgency he couldn't shake. "Elena." His voice was a raw edge, frayed with desperation. "You have to choose. We can't keep waiting for fate to decide for us." But could she? Could anyone? The very idea twisted in her gut, a coil of fear and doubt. Outside, the city buzzed with life, a stark contrast to the storm raging within her. Laughter echoed from the tavern down the street, mingling with the distant clang of blacksmiths hammering away, oblivious to the turmoil that hung in the air like a storm cloud waiting to burst. Elena felt herself drowning in memories of what could have been innocent moments of joy turned bittersweet, happiness tinged with the knowledge of inevitable loss. "I remember when we used to dream, Marcus," she said, her voice cracking like glass. "When we wrote our destinies with laughter and hope. Now, it feels like we're just puppets, dancing on strings pulled by forces we can't understand." Marcus stepped closer, his eyes fierce, filled with the kind of intensity that made her heart race even as it broke. "But we aren't puppets. We have power, Elena. We can't let the fates decide for us." His hands clenched into fists, muscles taut with the weight of his own fears. "If we don't act, we'll lose everything." "You'll lose us." A chill slithered down her spine, a whisper of what losing them could mean. She turned her gaze to the window, where the moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel watching over their struggle. She thought of her younger brother, of the way his laughter lit up the darkest corners of her heart. She thought of the promise she made, the promise to protect him at all costs. What if her choice led him into the shadows? I remember the way he looked at me," she murmured, almost to herself. "Trusting, so trusting. What if I fail him?" Marcus's expression softened, and he took another step closer, an anchor in her tumultuous sea. "You won't. You're stronger than you think. We both are. We can shape our destiny together." The strength in his voice was a balm, yet the weight of uncertainty lingered like a fog, thick and stifling. Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the room, slicing the tension like a knife. The door creaked open, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow, their presence sending a jolt of unease coursing through Elena. This was no ordinary visitor. The air shifted, charged with the unmistakable energy of the fates themselves. "Time is slipping, children," the figure intoned, voice a low rumble, like an approaching storm. "Your choices intertwine with the threads of many. The hourglass runs low." Elena's heart raced, panic clawing at her insides. The fates. She'd heard the whispers in the marketplace, stories steeped in fear and reverence. They were the weavers of destiny, the architects of lives and deaths. A shiver of dread coursed through her. "What do you want from us?" "Nothing but clarity," the figure replied, stepping forward into the pale glow of moonlight. Their features were ambiguous, a shifting mosaic of faces that left her breathless. But clarity comes at a cost. Are you willing to pay? Marcus took a step back, his expression a mix of fear and defiance. We won't be pawns in your game. Is that a choice? The figure asked, a hint of amusement dancing in their voice. Defiance is but another thread, woven into the fabric of your fate. Elena felt the walls closing in, her heart racing with the weight of the moment. She glanced from Marcus to the figure, time stretching and warping, a dark labyrinth filled with echoes of countless lives lived and lost. She was caught in a web of destiny, strands tugging at her, pulling her in every direction. The tension simmered, a palpable force hanging in the air, charged with the raw energy of uncertainty and fear. I remember, she began, her voice wavering. I remember standing at the edge of the world, thinking I could reach out and touch the stars. But now, it feels as if the stars are slipping away, and I'm left here, stranded. The figure's eyes glinted, a mirror reflecting her turmoil, her deeper fears laid bare. The stars are always there, waiting for you to grasp them. But you must first untangle the threads of your own heart. And in that moment, she understood. The threads of her heart were tangled not only with her own fears but with Marcus's, with the love she bore for her brother, and with the weight of countless lives that depended on her choice. The air crackled with tension, reality stretching thin, suspended on the edge of a decision that could shatter everything. Together, she whispered, and the word echoed in the silence, a fragile promise woven with hope and fear. The fates leaned closer, shadows shifting, as if the very universe held its breath, waiting for her to pull the thread. And just as the world was about to tilt, the moon cast a silver glow over them, illuminating their entwined destinies, pulling them closer to the edge of an abyss that held the echoes of every choice ever made. In that moment, time stood still, and the heart of existence throbbed with the pulse of uncertainty, a dark promise of what was to come. The night was a churning pit of darkness, the kind that wraps around you like a heavy cloak, suffocating yet oddly comforting, as if the universe itself had drawn a curtain over the chaos of the world. Somewhere in that vast nothingness, a figure stood at the edge of a crumbling rooftop, the city sprawling below in a tangle of lights and shadows. The cool wind whispered secrets to her, secrets that clawed at her heart and splintered her resolve. Clara's breath came in ragged gasps, the fear of falling mingling with the intoxicating thrill of the unknown. She could feel the weight of the world pressing down on her, but she stood still, frozen, caught in the moment between what was and what could be. She had come to this rooftop seeking solace, an escape from the noise of the city, from the suffocating expectations of those who believed they knew her. Art was supposed to be her salvation, an outlet for the wildfire burning inside her, but instead, it had become a prison. Every canvas mocked her, a blank stare judging her inadequacies, her inability to conjure the magic she so desperately craved. I remember the first time I painted, she whispered to the stars above, a desperate plea for inspiration. I remember the colors dancing on my palette like they had a life of their own. But tonight, the colors were gone, replaced by the suffocating weight of doubt. She clenched her fists, the sharp edges of her frustration biting into her palms as she dared to look down. The street below pulsed with life, people lost in their own struggles, unaware of the storm raging within her. And then there was Ethan, her mentor, reduced to a ghost in her mind, a specter of what was once a guiding light. His voice echoed through her thoughts, a heartbreaking melody that twisted her gut. Art is truth, Clara. Do not shy away from it. But what truth was left when her own heart felt like a crumbling ruin? Within the shadows, Ethan stood, a mere silhouette against the moonlit city. His hands, once steady and sure, trembled now as they clutched a worn sketchbook, pages yellowed with age and memories. He could picture her as a child, the fire in her eyes illuminating the dimmest corners of his own despair. You have it in you, he had said, but the weight of his own failures loomed over him, a dark cloud he couldn't shake. He had lost his muse, the spark that once ignited his passion for life. Now, he struggled under the weight of expectations, his own and those of the world around him. Clara, he whispered into the night, his voice barely more than a breath, as if saying her name could summon her back from the brink. Don't let fear steal your light. You are more than your doubts. But the wind carried his words away, a soft lament lost in the void. He had tried to reach her, to pull her out of the shadows that threatened to swallow her whole, yet every time he extended his hand, she slipped further away. It was maddening, and the ache in his chest grew heavier, threatening to suffocate him. I remember the first time I drew, he thought, a fragile smile breaking through the haze of despair. It was like staring into the soul of the universe, a connection that felt eternal. And then there was Marisol, the artist whose laughter echoed through the hallowed halls of their shared studio, now competing with the ghosts of their dreams. She sat cross-legged on the floor, paint splattered across her cheeks like war paint, her eyes glazed with the remnants of an inspiration that had run dry. Art demands sacrifice, she would say, but what had she sacrificed? Everything but her joy, and now that joy felt like a distant memory, a fleeting ghost that danced just out of reach. I remember laughing until I cried, she muttered, staring blankly at the half-finished canvas before her. I remember believing in magic. But the magic had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of deadlines and expectations. As she dipped her brush into the vibrant hues, she felt the familiar pang of longing, a yearning for something beyond the canvas, beyond the art. Each stroke felt heavier, a reminder of everything she had lost and everything she feared she would never achieve. What if I'm not enough? The question hung in the air, an uninvited guest that refused to leave. The weight of it pressed down on her, constricting her chest like a vice. Back on the rooftop, Clara closed her eyes. A whisper of inspiration brushed against her skin, a fleeting sensation that sent shivers down her spine. I remember the colors, she murmured, the memory flooding her senses. I remember the way they felt, alive beneath my fingertips. She opened her eyes, striking a match against the darkness, daring to believe that somewhere within the chaos, the muses were watching. They were waiting, ready to strike with a bolt of creative lightning, if only she had the courage to embrace it. Ethan's heart raced as he watched Clara teeter on the edge. The city pulsed beneath them, a heartbeat echoing with the rhythm of uncertainty. "Please, Clara," he breathed, a rawness clawing at his throat. "Don't let the shadows win. You have the fire within you. Let it out." The plea escaped him like a prayer, a desperate invocation to the muses who had once blessed them with their gifts. Marisol stood up, paintbrush in hand, her heart pounding in synchronization with the weight of their shared struggles. "Clara, look at us," she shouted, her voice breaking through the heavy veil of silence. "We are more than our fears, more than our doubts. We are artists, and we have the power to create our own stories." In that moment, under the indifferent gaze of the stars, something shifted. The winds whispered louder, swirling around them, carrying with it the sense of paint and possibility. Shadows danced along the rooftops, beckoning them closer, reminding them that art and science were not mere pursuits but lifelines, threads woven through the fabric of their very beings. The muses were watching, their ethereal presence palpable, urging them to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. As Clara stepped back from the edge, a tremor of hope ignited in her chest. The colors began to swirl in her mind, a maelstrom of possibilities ready to break free. She could hear the echoes of laughter, the joy of creation, beckoning her to take that leap. Ethan and Marisol stood beside her, their hands reaching out, a lifeline of connection and support. In that moment, they became a triad of defiance against the shadows, a force ready to light up the night. And just like that, the confrontation loomed, a promise of what was to come. The city below thrummed with anticipation, the muses held their breath, waiting for the moment to ignite the spark of creation that would set the world ablaze. Time slowed, shadows lengthened, and the air crackled with energy. The threshold of transformation lay before them, a door waiting to be flung wide open. With every heartbeat, every breath, the urgency grew, pulsing through their veins, an electric reminder that the night was far from over. The earth trembles underfoot. A storm brews in the distance, thick clouds rolling like the endless waves of a tumultuous sea. There's a chill in the air as I stand at the edge of the field, the sky bruised and cracked with rage, and I feel it, an electric pulse coursing through the ground, a warning whispering through the rustle of leaves. Tomorrow will not be like today. Tomorrow, all of this might change. I remember the day my daughter, Persephone, wandered too far. I remember her laughter, a cascade of joy that rang like silver bells, echoing through the sunlit groves. The scent of blooming wildflowers lingered in the air, intoxicating and vibrant. Time felt infinite then, like the stretch of a warm summer day. I let her roam, trusting the light would always guide her home. But shadows lurked behind the flowers, dark and waiting. No one told me that beauty could wear a mask of calamity. Mother! The cry shatters the silence, piercing through my heart like a dagger. It wrenches me from my reverie, grounding me in the present. Persephone's voice, sweet but edged with panic, cascades over my senses like a waterfall, dousing the warmth of my memories in icy dread. I turn, and my stomach drops as I see her, silhouetted against the darkening horizon, struggling against the pull of unseen hands. A chill grips me, a familiar terror wrapped in the guise of a mother's love. I stumble forward, each step dragging me deeper into a quicksand of dread. No. Don't go. Please? My voice breaks, a line of desperation spiraling into the stormy sky, but the winds howl back, drowning my words in a symphony of chaos. The world around me vibrates with tension, and I feel time elongate, stretching, pulling, my heart racing as I sprint toward her. But the ground quakes beneath me. Hades, the shadowed king, has reached for my child. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones, that cold, terrible grip that pulls Persephone into darkness. There's a silence, a heartbeat of stillness, before everything erupts into frenzy, like a spark igniting dry grass. I see it now, the chasm between us widening, an abyss formed from my fears, my failures. The earth grows mournful, the flowers wilting at the edges, haunted by the spectre of loss. I can't breathe. I reach for her, but my fingers curl around nothingness, grasping at the fabric of a nightmare that unfurls before my very eyes. Persephone! I scream, but the sound feels hollow, swallowed by the shadows that creep closer. In that moment, I am torn in two, the nurturing mother, the fierce goddess. I remember her first steps, how each stumble was a vow I made to guide her in this world. I remember the stories we shared under the stars, how I wove tales of bravery and hope, but now all I can conjure are nightmares. Shadows cling to my heart, wrapping around it, squeezing until I can't tell where I end and they begin. The winds howl, and I stand alone, a fortress of sorrow. Each flash of lightning illuminates the face of my daughter, widening my fear into a cavernous ache. I am a mother, and my child is slipping away into the dark. I won't let it happen. I can't. The storm rages, but in the chaos, I feel a flicker of resolve ignite within me. I will bring her back. I vow, each word a thunderclap born from the depths of despair. I will face him. The shadows tremble at the power of my wrath, but Hades waits, patient, his emptiness a counterbalance to my love. And then the ground beneath me shudders violently, and I am swept into a whirlwind of memories, memories that flood my mind like a torrent. The fields of golden wheat, kissed by the sun. I remember laughter echoing through the trees, the gentle hum of bees, the dance of the seasons. The warmth of summer, the golden hues of autumn, the brisk chill of winter, and the joy of reawakening in spring, every bloom a promise fulfilled. But now, each season is a bitter reminder of what's at stake, a clock counting down the moments until I lose her forever. Persephone, my sweet, sweet Persephone. How could I have let her stray? How could I not have seen the darkness creeping in? I wade through the shadows of my failures, grappling with the realization that love alone isn't enough to shield her from the depths of despair. I can feel the coldness creeping closer, the ghosts of regret whispering my name. Demeter, they sigh, and in their voices, I hear the echoes of every mother, every woman who has ever lost. You are not alone. But I am alone. My heart is a battleground, and the enemy is time, relentless and unforgiving. I can't afford to lose her. I won't. Come back to me, my child, I whisper into the gathering storm, a plea wrapped in desperation. And as I stand there, the universe pauses, an invisible thread connecting me to her, stretching thin, yet unbroken. I see it all, the seasons, the cycle, the pain, that binds us together. Amidst the chaos, I sense a flicker of hope. A surge of determination rises within me, boiling over into a raging fire that pierces through the storm. I will step into the darkness. I will face the Lord of the Underworld if it means saving her. The clouds swirl above me, and in that moment, I know this will not end here. Every heartbeat echoes, every breath weighted with urgency, as I prepare for the confrontation that may change everything. The line between despair and hope is thin, and I will walk it, ready to face whatever lurks in the shadows. The storm rages on, but it is a mere backdrop to the tempest within me, an unyielding resolve that calls to the depths of my soul. I am Demeter, goddess of the harvest, and I will not let the seasons turn without my child. The echoes of my vow reverberate, seeping into the very fabric of the earth, a promise to the cosmos, and to myself. The storm is building, and so am I. Smoke choked the air, thick and bitter, curling around Aeneas like the grip of a long-dead lover. The ruin of Troy lay behind him, a smouldering altar of loss, and every step he took was a dagger thrust into the memories that haunted him. He felt the heat of the flames leaping at his back, but it was not the fire that scorched him, it was the weight of the ghosts he carried, friends, family, the very essence of his identity crumbling into ash. He was a man forged in sorrow, a son of a fallen city, and as he fled, the cries of the dying clawed at his heart, echoing in his ears with a ceaseless lament. I remember the moment I turned away from the walls, the crumbling stones that had seen the laughter of children and the fierce battles of men. I remember the shadows, dark shapes darting through the smoke, lost souls searching for something they would never find. I remember my father, Anchises, old and frail, whispering words of wisdom laced with despair as we hurried toward the harbor, a desperate flight into an uncertain dawn. "We must leave, my son," he had said, his voice trembling, "but what awaits us is not a promise, only more suffering." What a bittersweet irony it was, to carry such burdened dreams on the backs of weary shoulders. Each heartbeat was a reminder of what was lost, what could never again be reclaimed. Aeneas brushed away a bead of sweat that mingled with the salt of his tears, grimacing as he felt the weight of responsibility swell within him. To lead his people, to protect the remnants of Troy, was it a blessing or a curse? Would destiny smile or sneer upon him? Beside him, Dido, a fierce queen with fire in her eyes, moved like a tempest, her fury palpable and raw. She was a warrior, a woman forged of steel and passion, yet behind her defiance lay a vulnerability that both frightened and drew him closer. They had met at Carthage, under the shadow of her magnificent palace, where she had welcomed him with open arms, not knowing the storm that trailed in his wake. I remember her laughter, rich and intoxicating, a momentary balm to the wounds of his heart, but every laugh was a dagger, too, promising joy that could not hold. "Why do you hesitate?" she demanded, her voice rising like the swell of the tide, crashing against the rocks of his resolve. "You are a king of ashes, yet you wander as if the weight of the world is too much to bear. Stand tall, Aeneas." She reached for him, her fingers trembling, but he pulled away, the distance between them a chasm filled with unspoken truths. "You don't understand," he whispered, his throat thick with emotion. "I am the last thread of a tapestry unraveling." Her eyes darkened, anger flashing like lightning. "Then weave a new one. Together, we can make something beautiful from the ruins." But Aeneas could not look into her eyes without seeing the ghosts of the fallen, the faces of those who would pay the price for his survival. How could he build a future on the graves of his past? A wind swept through, cold and biting, dragging with it the stench of smoke and despair. It swirled around them like a living thing, echoing the tumult within. In that moment, a decision hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension like the breath before a storm. Aeneas saw not just the horizon ahead, but the shadows creeping in, the promise of a journey, the clamor of his people behind him, and the weight of a heart divided. I remember the night we sat beneath the stars, those ancient eyes watching over us, and I felt the universe stretch around us like a canvas waiting to be painted with our dreams. "What do you see?" Dido had asked, her voice softer now, as if she feared the answer. "A world reborn," I had whispered, "a city built on hope." But the truth clawed at me. I saw the ruins of Troy, the blood-soaked earth, and the faces of the fallen, hovering in the dark, a ghostly audience to my despair. Then came the day of reckoning. The winds howled, and the seas churned, a tempest brewing not just in nature but in the hearts of men. They gathered, his loyal companions, faces marked by the fires of loss, eyes glistening with the embers of hope. Each heartbeat resonated with a shared pulse, a collective longing for something more, something outside the twisted remains of their past. But Aeneas stood apart, a lone figure carved from stone, wrestling with the tides of fate. In the throes of this chaos, I felt time twist, a fluid dance, both haunting and beautiful. The stars flickered like distant memories, and in that moment, I was not just Aeneas, I was every dreamer, every warrior, every soul searching for solace. Shadows loomed larger, stretching toward me, tempting me with promises of comfort and familiarity. "Stay," they whispered, sweet and sinister. "Forget the pain." But as I gazed into Dido's eyes, I saw the truth reflected there of the love, the fear, and the unspoken words swirling like a storm. Would I shatter her dreams to fulfill my own? The rupture of emotion surged through me, tearing at the seams of my heart. I remembered the stories of old, tales of heroes and gods, but none spoke of the cost, the heartache that came with every victory. Just as the skies began to crack with thunder, I reached for Dido. I must go, I stammered, the words tearing at my throat like barbed wire. For our future, for Troy, for all who have fallen. The tears in her eyes mirrored my own, a tempest of emotion swirling between us. Love and duty clashed like titans, shaking the very foundation of my resolve. "Then go," she hissed, rage and sorrow intertwined, "but know that every step you take will echo in my heart." And with that, I felt the chasm widen, a deep rift that neither of us could bridge. I turned away, stumbling into the dark, leaving behind the warmth of her embrace, the flickering light of hope. The sea roared as I stepped onto the boat, the waves crashing against the vessel as if to drag me back into the depths. I fought against it, but I could not fight against the shadows that whispered in my ear, "You are leaving your heart behind, Aeneas." The wind howled, carrying my cries into the void, and as the ship set sail toward an unknown destiny, I felt the weight of my choice settle like a cloak of lead upon my shoulders. What awaited on the horizon? I could only hope that the remnants of Troy would guide me toward a new dawn, yet the specter of loss lingered, and I knew the path ahead would be fraught with sacrifice and heartache. The stars burned above, ancient witnesses to my plight, and I sailed deeper into the night, where the boundaries of hope and despair blurred, where the echoes of my past chased me into the unknown. The journey had just begun, but the end? That remained a whisper on the wind, a haunting melody played on the strings of fate, promising that every choice would resonate far beyond the shores of Troy. The forest whispered its secrets, a shivering hush that enveloped the hunters like a shroud. Shadows melded with moonlight, twisting branches clawing at the sky, bare and desperate. I breathed in the damp earth, a grave perfume that sank into my bones. The night crackled with tension, an electric pulse thrumming through the air, echoing the fear that clawed at my throat. Each heartbeat was a countdown, and I could feel the others, their silent dread mingling with mine, more of a primal instinct than mere anxiety. Atalanta stood at the front, her silhouette sharp against the dark, a warrior draped in the essence of the hunt. She was more than just a woman, she was a force, blurring the lines between humanity and the wild. Her golden hair, a river of sunlit fury, caught the moonlight as she moved, a flash of brilliance in the suffocating night. Yet beneath her fierce exterior lay the tremors of self-doubt, curling like smoke in her chest. She had been raised to be a huntress, but tonight, the weight of expectation threatened to crush her spirit. Was she more than a myth, or just a fleeting shadow in a story that would die without her? And then there was Meleager, a cursed prince, gripped by the duality of love and rage. He stood beside Atalanta, his muscles taut, a coiled spring ready to unleash chaos. His eyes flickered with an intensity that both entranced and terrified. Love had never been a gentle hand for him, it was a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. The boar they sought was not merely a creature of myth but a manifestation of his deepest fears, a beast that would either elevate him to legend or obliterate him in a moment of folly. He was haunted by a prophecy, a whisper of fate that promised both glory and ruin. The battle within him raged like a tempest, and it threatened to drown them all. I remember the first time they told me about the boar, Atalanta said softly, her voice nearly lost in the rustle of leaves. They said it was a monster, a harbinger of death, but I was too young to understand the weight of those words. I thought it was just a tale, like the one spun by the fire to frighten children. She clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms. But now it feels real. Too real. Meleager turned to her, eyes darkened by the weight of unspoken fears. "You are not just a tale, Atalanta," he said, his voice low, almost breaking. "You are the legend that stands with us, not behind us. But the boar, it's a different story. It's a beast of blood and bone, and it knows no mercy." A distant roar shattered the eerie silence, reverberating through the trees like a death knell. The sound curled around us, tightening until it felt like a noose. My heart raced, the rhythm erratic, pounding against my ribcage. The hunters shifted, fear crackling like static in the air. There it is, I thought, gripped by a darkness so profound it felt tangible. The ground trembled as the beast surged forward, sinewy muscles rippling beneath a matted coat of bristled hair. Its eyes glowed like embers, fierce and unyielding, a gaze that pierced through to the marrow of our souls. There was no hesitation, the air was a charged weapon, and we were all willing to pull the trigger. But what if it was not the boar we feared most? What if it was ourselves? I caught a glimpse of Atalanta as she steadied her grip on her bow, her knuckles whitening. She drew back the string, determination etched into every line of her face, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Did she think of her past? Of the men who had doubted her, the whispers that echoed behind her as she ran faster and stronger than anyone? Tonight, she was not just fighting for her life, she was fighting for her very identity. To become the hero she felt she was meant to be, even as shadows of doubt clawed at her heart. Meleager stepped forward, a warrior lost in the chaos of his own making. "I remember when I thought love would save me," he murmured, a haunted look crossing his face. "But it's a shackled chain, binding me to fate. I loved too fiercely, and now it threatens to consume everything I hold dear." His breath hitched, and I could see the memory play across his expression, a flash of a woman, laughter mingling with love, now twisted into a sharp, painful echo. The boar charged, a blur of fury. It was an avalanche of muscle and rage, and in that heartbeat, I saw not just a monster, but our fears personified. Fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of losing ourselves in the heat of battle. The ground shook beneath its hooves, and I felt the earth shift, felt the eternal weight of our desires and doubts. "We fight together!" Atalanta cried, a battle cry woven with desperation and hope. She released the bowstring, the arrow slicing through the air like a promise. I held my breath, the world narrowing to that single moment, the point where everything merged, where fear met courage in a breathtaking collision. But the boar was quick, an essence of primal instinct. It twisted in mid-air, dodging the arrow with a fluidity that made my heart lurch. It turned, and for a fleeting second, its gaze locked onto mine, a challenge that ignited something deep within me, a fury I had forgotten existed. It was not just a hunt, it was survival, a raw instinct to reclaim what I thought I had lost. And in that moment, the line blurred. The hunt was not just for glory, it was painfully personal, a battle against everything we were terrified of becoming. Time slowed, and the night held its breath, a moment stretched into eternity, charged with a wild, unyielding energy. This was our moment, a cruel, beautiful intersection of rage and resolve. It was not just the hunt for the Caledonian boar, it was the hunt for ourselves, a desperate grasp at something fleeting. The darkness swirled around us, and we were left to fight, not just the beast, but the shadows lurking within. Each blow, each heartbeat, a step toward becoming what we were always meant to be, even if it meant facing the unknown. With every passing second, I felt the pulse of the night, a reminder that we were alive, and we would fight until the end. The moon hung low, a silvery coin, its light spilling like spilled wine across the damp earth. Shadows danced with wild abandon, flicking between the trees as if the ghosts of revelers long past were caught in a frenzied celebration. The air was thick with heady sweetness, the scent of ripe grapes mingling with the whispers of the night, an intoxicating promise. I stood there, heart pounding, soul trembling, caught between the past and whatever dark destiny awaited. Ariadne, her hair a cascade of night, was a siren in the moonlight. I could see her, trembling as she clutched the thread, the very lifeline she had spun for Theseus, weaving love and hope through the labyrinth, only now it felt like a noose, tightening around her heart. She was a fragile flame, flickering against the wind, and yet, the depth in her eyes held all the mysteries of the cosmos. Love was a cruel mistress, passionate yet punishing, and I was drawn to her, spellbound, knowing full well the price I might pay. I remember the first taste of wine, I whispered, the word slipping past my lips like a secret. It was a dance of sweetness and fire, a rapture that ignited something deep within me. The memory, vivid and raw, pulsed through me. Dionysus had gifted her the world, but in the shadows, I felt the weight of his presence, a dark god, the embodiment of chaos and ecstasy. He had opened my heart to the beauty of desire, yet each moment was laced with the sharp edge of uncertainty. Why do you linger? Ariadne's voice trembled with an edge of fear. Do you not see? He will come for me. The moonlight caught her features, illuminating the tear that glistened like a wounded star. She was lost, caught between the intoxicating allure of the god of wine and the remnants of her humanity. Her love was a battlefield, her heart a war zone. I could sense the conflict swirling around us, a tempest threatening to consume all that remained. I can't leave you, I said, my voice a rasp, raw with desperation. Not now. Not when you need someone to hold your fears. But could I? A gaping chasm lay between us, a void filled with the sweet nectar of Dionysian dreams and the haunting echoes of betrayal. I felt small, like a leaf tossed in a storm, desperately trying to find a foothold in her chaotic world. As the shadows lengthened, a laugh erupted from the depths of the forest, deep, resonant, and electric. Dionysus had arrived, and with him, the very essence of madness. I could feel the earth tremble beneath my feet, a pulse of energy that vibrated through the air like the thrum of distant drums. Ariadne, he called, his voice like silk laced with danger, pulling her into the dark embrace of his world. She turned, torn between the intoxicating allure of his presence and the fragile tether of her own heart. I remember when you found me, she murmured, almost to herself. In the shadows of the labyrinth. You pulled me from darkness. The words caressed my skin like a lover's touch before drifting into the night, leaving me suspended in anguish. I felt alive, yet utterly powerless, caught in the currents of their shared history, a mere spectator to a tragedy unfolding. Dionysus stepped closer, each movement imbued with an animal grace that made the very air shimmer. You're free now, my dear. Come, taste the wine of life once more. And with that invitation, the world shifted. Time warped, and reality blurred. I could see the lure of his smile, the promise of ecstasy, and the shadows that twisted around him, hints of the darkness that came hand in hand with such revelry. I advanced, a whisper of courage rising in my chest, a wild notion that perhaps I could pull her back from the brink, save her from the depths of his abyss. Ariadne! My voice broke through the haze, filled with an intensity that shook me to the core. Don't forget the pain that comes with the sweetness. The wine may ignite your spirit, but it may also drown your soul. Her gaze flickered to me, a spark of recognition, a flash of the connection we had forged in the labyrinth's depths. There was a vulnerability in her expression, a raw plea for guidance. But what is life without the dance? She asked, the question a haunting melody. What is love if not the embrace of chaos? We stood on the precipice, hearts racing, breaths short, teetering between ecstasy and despair. The moon, now a ghostly witness, shone brightly as if to illuminate our choices, the haunting specter of fate looming over us. I saw the clock in her eyes ticking down, each second a reminder of what was at stake. Life is more than a dance, I said, the words pouring from me like a desperate confession. It's the moments we cling to, the memories we stitch together in the fabric of our souls. But the truth was, I was terrified. Terrified of losing her to the embrace of the wine-soaked god, terrified of the shadow that stalked my own heart. Suddenly, Dionysus laughed, a sound that echoed in the hollows of the night, mocking our struggle. Love is an intoxicating poison. You think you can save her from me? You think you can save yourself? His eyes flickered with mischief, a tempest brewing in their depths. Join us, drink from the cup. Embrace the chaos. Let go of your fears. As the invitation hung in the air, I felt the weight of the decision pressing down upon my chest, suffocating and exhilarating all at once. The path of surrender, or the fight for salvation, each choice lay before me, gleaming in the moonlight, filled with the promise of ecstasy and the threat of ruin. And in that moment, I realized, the dance had only just begun. The air is thick with the scent of burning sage, a desperate attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness. I stand there, trembling, as the flickering shadows dance along the stone walls, twisting and contorting like the unsteady hearts of the dying. The echoes of panicked whispers ricochet in my mind, a cacophony of souls pleading for salvation. Outside, the moon hangs low, a cruel witness to humanity's suffering, its light casting an ethereal glow over the crowd gathered in the courtyard, faces drawn tight with fear and exhaustion. "Please, Asclepius," I murmur, my voice barely a breath against the overwhelming din, "help us." In the midst of this chaos, I see her, Elara, a healer whose hands have touched countless lives, yet tonight they tremble, betraying the calm facade she struggles to maintain. Her eyes, once vibrant like spring leaves, are now clouded with doubt, each blink echoing the weight of every loss she has ever encountered. She's not just a healer, she's a vessel of hope, and right now, hope is slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. "Look at them," she says, her voice shaking, "they're fading." I can't. What if I fail them? The question hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating, a grim specter looming over us. I want to reach for her, to tell her that she's not alone, but instead, I feel the cold grip of despair clawing at my throat. Then, there's Darius, a soldier who has seen too much, whose hands are stained with blood that isn't his own. He stands at the periphery, jaw clenched, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Each heartbeat sounds like a drum, calling him into battle, yet here he is, hunted by the ghosts of his past, unable to fight against the most insidious enemy of all, guilt. "I should have saved them," he whispers, haunted by memories of fallen comrades, their faces flickering behind his eyes, just out of reach. I can see the truth buried within him. He's convinced that every breath he takes belongs not to him but to those he couldn't protect. "Darius," I call, trying to pull him from the depths of his sorrow, but my voice feels like a stone hurled into a vast abyss. He doesn't turn, he's lost in the shadows of his own making. I remember the stories he told, the laughter shared around the campfires, the sense of invincibility that comes with youth. But that was before the darkness seeped into our lives. The crack of thunder rumbles in the distance, an omen, perhaps, or maybe just nature's cruel joke. Clouds swirl overhead, a tempest brewing, mirroring the turmoil within each of us. Elara moves closer to me, her breath warm against my ear as she murmurs, "What if we can't save them?" The question sends shivers down my spine. I remember the tales of Asclepius, the god of healing, whose very touch could mend broken bones and soothe fevered brows. But tales are just that, stories woven with hope and fear, yet here we are, mere mortals grappling with fate. The thought gnaws at me. Can we actually summon the gods from their starlit realms, or are we just screaming into the void? Time blurs. The crowd swells, a mass of humanity desperate for salvation. Every face is etched with sorrow, their eyes wide and pleading. It's a living tapestry of despair, and I feel the weight of their suffering bear down on me like lead. I catch a glimpse of a child, tiny, fragile, a shadow of innocence lost. It rips my heart from my chest, leaving a gaping void, a chasm filled with anguish that threatens to swallow us all whole. Elara, sensing my turmoil, grabs my arm, her grip fierce, grounding me. "We must try. We have to try." Her determination is a flicker of light in a suffocating darkness. The storm breaks, rain pouring down, drenching us, washing away the remnants of our doubts and fears. And in that moment, as the world around us blurs into a watercolor of grief and desperation, I feel the pulse of the cosmos, a reminder that we are all interconnected. It's terrifying and beautiful, all at once. "Gather them!" Darius suddenly shouts, voice rising above the storm. The urgency in his tone snaps the air taut, a string pulled to its breaking point. We need to create a circle. We'll call out to him. We won't let them go. His words ignite a spark, a flicker of something fierce and unwavering. We move as one, a ragged band of souls weaving through despair, frantically gathering the sick and the wounded. Elara's hands move with the grace of a dancer, each touch a prayer, each gesture a beacon of hope. I am at her side, heart racing, breath coming in quick bursts, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. With every body we pull into the circle, I feel the energy shift, an electric current thrumming beneath our feet, a pulse of life that defies the darkness creeping at the edges. Darius stands at the forefront, a guardian against the shadows, shouting names into the storm, a litany of lives that demand to be saved. I can feel the air shimmering, thick with unspoken wishes, desires, and dreams. Asclepius! I yell, the name tearing from my throat, raw and primal. Hear us! The storm rages on, but within our circle, there is a fragile flicker, a heartbeat that syncs with the rhythm of the universe, a fight against the inevitable. And then, silence. A moment suspended in time, as if the cosmos is holding its breath, waiting, watching. But in that silence, I feel it, a whisper, a promise. The gods may be weeping, but they are listening. And we are not alone. The world spins, each heartbeat resonating with the weight of our hopes, our fears, our unresolved journeys. I can almost sense them, ghosts of healing lingering on the edge of our reality, watching, waiting, as we pour our hearts into that moment, together. Time stretches, collapses, warps. The rain falls heavier, and for a heartbeat, I am certain that the very air we breathe is charged with possibility. We stand on the precipice of something monumental, the legacy of Asclepius weaving itself through our veins. But then, reality crashes back in, a reminder that we are still bound by flesh and bone, that salvation is never guaranteed. In that abyss of uncertainty, I hold onto Ilara's hand, and she grips Darius' shoulder, and together, we face the storm. And as the shadows lengthen, I realize that the battle is not against death but against despair, against the fear that whispers we are not enough. The gods, they may not intervene, but in our hearts, we carry the legacy, the will to heal, to hope, to fight. The storm rages on, and we remain, breathless, at the edge of the unknown, waiting for the dawn. The air crackled with tension. It hung heavy, like the weight of a prophecy just waiting to be unleashed. A raven screeched, slicing through the silence of the night, its wings black against an indigo sky, a harbinger of fate whose shadow loomed over two worlds. Meris stood at the edge of the cliff, her heart pounding as waves crashed below, each one echoing the turmoil swirling within her. She was the vessel of an ancient prophecy, a fractured soul caught between duty and desire, and the very fabric of her existence trembled on the brink. I can't be the one, she whispered, more to herself than to the spectre of her fate looming behind her. She felt the pull of inevitability, an iron chain wrapped around her heart, squeezing tighter with every breath. The villagers believed in the oracle's words, but deep down, she was merely a woman, broken yet fiery, born of chaos, not of destiny. Behind her, Elon watched with a tumultuous blend of love and dread. He was the protector, the warrior forged by battle, yet here on this precipice, he felt utterly powerless. The flickering torchlight illuminated the contours of his face, revealing the shadow of anguish etched into his features. Meris, you can't turn away. It's your name written in the stars. But he spoke as if reciting an incantation, the words hollow and devoid of the warmth they once held. She turned, anger bubbling beneath her skin. Stars? You speak of stars, yet I see only the abyss? What if they've misread the signs? What if I'm not the chosen one, Elon? What if I'm just a girl scared of the dark? Her voice cracked, vulnerability spilling into the night like the tides beneath her. The ocean roared, as if mocking her fears. He stepped closer, the distance between them a chasm filled with unspoken fears and desires. But what if you are? His voice was low, intense. What if you're everything they believe? You can't ignore this call. You can't deny it. Elon reached out, grasping her arm, but the grip felt like a shackle, an anchor tethering her to a fate she didn't want to embrace. Meris looked into his eyes, searching for the bright flame of hope she knew had once flickered there. And if I fail? It was a question that hung heavy between them, a ghost that neither could escape. If I become the monster they fear? The moonlight cast a silvery glow around them, revealing the truth of their intertwined fates. He hesitated, the silence stretching like a taut wire ready to snap. Then we face it together. The conviction in his voice sparked a flicker of warmth in her chest, yet the chill of doubt gnawed at her. In that moment, the night grew colder, shadows lengthening as if the very universe was conspiring against them. Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed, its toll echoing through the valley, each strike a reminder that time was slipping away like sand through fingers. Fate had a way of reveling in cruelty, and the prophecy that bound them felt like a noose tightening around their throats. Meris closed her eyes, surrendering to the memories that flooded her mind, her mother's whispers, the stories of old, of heroes and monsters, of destinies foretold. "I remember the tales," she murmured. "I remember how they ended." Each memory was a dagger, each tale a haunting echo of power wrested from the grasp of the unworthy.
"What if I'm not strong enough?"
"Strength comes from the heart," Elin insisted, his voice fierce, a rallying cry against despair. "It's not the prophecy that defines you, but what you choose to do with it. You can rewrite the ending." But in her heart, doubt churned like a tempest. She remembered the oracle's words, dripping with foreboding, shrouded in mystery. In the hour of reckoning, the blood of the chosen will flow. Could she bear the weight of that blood on her hands? The wind howled, a banshee of fate shrieking their uncertainties into the night. Meris felt the ground tremble beneath her, as if the very earth was warning her to turn back. "And what of your own fate, Elin? Will you stand by me only to watch me fall?" He stepped even closer, defiance igniting in his eyes, a fire against the encroaching darkness. "I'll forge my own path if I have to. You're not alone in this. We are bound by more than destiny, we are bound by choice." Fate tossed its weighty dice, and in that moment, the stars shifted, whispering secrets only the cosmos could understand. Meris could almost taste the iron tang of fear, but also the sweet nectar of hope. She opened her eyes, searching for clarity in Elin's gaze, realizing that perhaps fear and courage were two sides of the same coin, flipping endlessly through the air. The air shimmered with energy, the stakes rising, as if the universe was holding its breath. A distant rumble echoed, the sound of approaching thunder, a reminder that storms were brewing, both in the skies and within their hearts. The prophecy hung over them, a dark cloud threatening to unleash its fury, yet a flicker of rebellion ignited within her. "Then I choose to face it," she said, her voice steady, tinged with the fire of conviction. "Not as a pawn in some grand design, but as my own master." Elin's expression softened, pride mingling with the fear that still shadowed his heart. He would follow her into the abyss, even if it meant confronting the monsters they had only dared to whisper about. Together, they stood at the edge of the world, the precipice of fate, ready to leap into the darkness, hearts racing, souls entwined. As they faced the unknown, the shadows danced, clocks ticking, waves crashing, the cosmos spinning, and somewhere, something shifted. The prophecy waited, a beast in the shadows, and they were but threads in its tapestry. But in that moment, with the storm brewing all around them, they were more than mere puppets of fate. They were alive, hearts pounding, spirits soaring, ready to carve their own destiny amidst the chaos, the looming storm promising an end, but also a beginning. And just like that, the world held its breath, the echoes of their resolve reverberating through the night, intertwining with the very fabric of fate itself. The clock struck midnight, a harsh chime slicing through the silence, echoing like the heartbeat of a god long forgotten. In the depths of the city, shadows twisted, morphing into stories of old, tales laden with dread, love, revenge. I stood on the brink of dread, my breath coming in ragged gasps as the world around me flickered. I saw her, Evelyn, my sister, mouth agape, eyes wide with terror, clutching a fraying book to her chest. The edges of its pages burned like the torches of Hades, warning me that the moment was near. "Did you hear it?" Her voice trembled, a whisper that clawed at the edges of my sanity. The sirens, their calling, I felt it too, that haunting melody resonating deep within my bones, luring me toward the precipice of despair. I was drawn to it, like Odysseus tethered to the mast, knowing the danger yet unwilling to turn away. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs, a frantic drum signaling the chaos lurking just beyond our door. "Evelyn, we can't listen," I said, forcing the words through clenched teeth, but the allure was intoxicating, a seductive pull that threatens to shatter the fragile walls of my resolve. I was never the one to flinch in the face of nightmares. Yet here, in the dim glow of my apartment, surrounded by relics of ancient myths, I felt the weight of their stories crash upon me like waves against brittle cliffs. Evelyn's eyes darted toward the window. "They're here." The The tremor in her voice was a crack, widening, threatening to swallow us whole. Outside, the city pulsated with life, vibrant yet haunting. Neon lights flickered like the torches of lost souls, illuminating the streets but casting long, treacherous shadows. Each step I took felt like a descent into the underworld itself, where Hades reigned, claiming the lost and the broken. The very fabric of our reality was unraveling, threads fraying, blending into the echoes of the past. I remember our childhood. Evelyn and I would sit cross-legged on the floor, reading tales of gods and monsters, her laughter ringing like the sweet chime of a distant bell. "Look, there's Persephone," she'd exclaim, pointing at the page, her eyes sparkling with innocence. "She's so brave." But now, in this moment, courage felt like a cruel joke. The stories that once wrapped us in a cocoon of safety now crept menacingly in, whispering deceit and despair. Are we destined to repeat their stories? I asked the air, the question hanging like a shroud. Was our fate etched in stone, unchangeable? I could hear the echoes of heroes long dead, their triumphs mingling with their failures, a cacophony of emotion that heightened the tension in my chest. I could practically see them, shimmering in the darkness, Achilles, with his rage, and Helen, caught in the fire of her own beauty, all trapped in a loop that spanned eternity. The wind howled outside, a banshee's wail that shattered the moment. I turned to Evelyn, her expression twisted in fear. "We have to stop this," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. "We have to break the cycle." But what if the cycle was already broken? What if we were the ghosts, haunted by the choices we never made? I felt bitterness rise, sharp as the edge of a sword. I remember the stories they told us: love, betrayal, vengeance. What if we're just characters in their play, reciting lines we never chose? Evelyn's gaze pierced through me, a flicker of understanding igniting in her eyes. "Then let's rewrite our ending." The determination in her voice surged, a fire igniting in the pit of my stomach. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. Together, we could shatter the confines of fate. I could sense the sirens growing louder, their song shifting to an ominous tune, a reminder of the choices we had ahead. "We're not alone," I whispered, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. "The myths, they're alive. They breathe through us." With each passing moment, I felt the weight of the gods pressing upon my shoulders, their stories coursing through my veins. The city, once familiar, morphed into a labyrinth of shadows, and we were both Theseus and Ariadne, grasping at the thread of our fate. But threads could unravel, destinies could twist. Something deep in my gut told me that the gods were watching, their laughter echoing in the dark, a reminder of the capricious nature of the universe. "Ready?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. She nodded, and I could almost hear the pulse of the universe synchronizing with our hearts, a cosmic rhythm that spoke of hope and fear all at once. The clock struck again, each chime like a heartbeat, a reminder that time ebbed away, relentless in its pursuit. As we stepped outside, the cold air bit into our skin, slick with the scent of rain and something more, something ancient. The streets shimmered under the glow of street lamps, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for our souls. The sirens sang louder, pulling at the very fibers of our beings. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of 1,000 stories crashing against me, an ocean of myths swirling around. "Let them come," I whispered, defiance rising within me like a roaring flame. This was our moment, our confrontation with the ghosts of the past, heroes and monsters intertwined, their fates twisting with ours. Evelyn squeezed my hand, a grounding force in the chaos. "Together," she murmured, and with each syllable, I felt the power of our bond, a reminder that we were more than mere echoes. We were the architects of our destinies, poised on the brink of a confrontation that would ripple through time itself. The myths didn't own us, we would take their narratives and weave them anew. The sirens continued to call, a siren song that echoed through the night, vibrating in the air, alive with possibility and despair. And in that moment, I no longer feared the stories that had shaped us. I welcomed them, ready to dance with the shadows, ready to shout our names into the void, carving our existence into the annals of time where even the gods would tremble.